guys, welcome back! If you thought that in the 80s the video game industry was kind of boring, well, think again. Let's travel back to 1987 and examine in detail the incredible story behind the development of Barbarian The Ultimate Warrior. Let's take a look. The 80s was a huge incubator, a place to try new things and bring those to the masses. The home computer market was where people would express themselves artistically. Sometimes the thin line of controversy was crossed and many were shocked and others amazed. Paradise Café and Game Over were two examples of controversy back in mid-80s that started to wake a few people to the freedom of home computing and programming. In those days, video games were seen as something for kids, and when covers like these started to pop out in stores, it was kind of obvious that our young eyes would totally engrave those in the back of our innocent minds. Palace Software wasn't a particularly popular name in the business around that time. It all started as a popular video store in London, owned by the Palace Group that soon expanded into the video game business, selling games within the video store and by mail order, attracting neighboring young kids that would rush into the store to show their own games that they've written on their bedrooms. This was the turning point for the Video Palace store. The managers Peter Stone and Richard Leinfeldner approached Nick Powell, chief of the Palace Group, and Palace Software was born. Its first in-house developed and published game was The Evil Dead for the ZX Spectrum and Commodore 64, based on a movie from 1981 with the same name, that concerned many parents about the probable gory visuals within the game. Hey, it's the 8-bit era! How gory can this be? After the release of The Evil Dead, they realized that they would gonna need help mainly on the artistic side of things, and was when Steve Brown entered the scene. Their break came in 1985 with the game Cauldron, designed by Brown himself, and Palace's second published title, and a year later with its sequel Cauldron 2 The Pumpkin Strikes Back for the most popular 8-bit home computers. In that same year, another bomb from Palace hit the shelves, created this time around by Dan Malone, a newly acquired designer that didn't know a thing about computer games, but was a huge fan of 2000 AD comics. The Secret Armor of Antiriad was the very first title that combined backtracking and RPG elements together, and is considered by myself the very first Metroidvania game, even before that subgenre was even thought of. Feel free to check my review. Back to Cauldron and Cauldron 2, Steve Brown was the designer that ended up bringing fame to Palace Software with those two titles, so around 86 he had loose rein to do whatever he wished for his next game. Highly inspired by the amazing art style of Frank Frazetta and the 1984 movie Conan the Destroyer, Brown wrote the story of Drax, an evil sorcerer whose greatest wish is to grab once and for all and for himself the beautiful Princess Mariana. Yeah, I totally comprehend that. And the only thing that could release her from his claws is by controlling this mighty barbarian through a series of duels against the sorcerer's vassals. If we win, we get the girl. During that time, one-on-one fighting games were really starting to attract players. Karate Champ on the arcades was a huge deal back in '84, and in 1985 we saw the overwhelming receptions of Yeah R Kung Fu, Way of the Exploding Fist, and International Karate on home computers. The genre was on fire by the end of '85 and also during the following year. Needless to say that the formula would repeat itself to exhaustion, and its template would evolve into things like Street Fighter. So the video game envisioned by Steve Brown involved a lot of one-on-one fighting, single or two-player action, but with swords, Conan style. And the fighting sequences from his favorite Conan movie were what he was aiming for, like the finishing move known as Flying Neck Chop. Brown even filmed his sessions where he practiced 16 moves with a wooden sword, so that those would be used as reference for the game's animation. As for sounds, these were taken from the 1985 movie Red Sonja. Even the music is highly inspired by the amazing Basil Pelodori's original soundtrack from Conan the Barbarian. And if you thought that Mortal Kombat was violent, wait until you see heads rolling and being kicked off screen years before Midway even imagined on making a game around that subject. It wasn't the violent gameplay depicted in-game that would grab the media's attention. They were more focused on the game's cover, or should I say, a particular part of Barbarian's cover. The advertising campaign for Barbarian was what really made people gossip and spread the word. By then, video game covers and adverts were hand-drawn, usually by extremely talented and renowned artists like Alfonso Azpiri, Luis Arroyo, Bob Wakelin and Roger Dean, just to name a few. But Brown wanted something more real, so he, as creative director of the whole thing, convinced his superiors to hire two models to pose for Barbarian's advertising campaign, Michael van Wyk and Maria Whittaker. By that time, Michael was a bodybuilder and owned a gym in southeast London and was later known as Wolf from the TV show Gladiators that aired throughout the 90s. Nowadays he's also owner of a gym, but in New Zealand, and named after his character from the TV show. But the biggest, let's say, complaint was the presence of Maria Whittaker that started to appear by 1985 in the highly popular page 3 from the British tabloid The Sun at the age of 16. She was very professional, and getting her to do a photo shoot wasn't as pricey as they initially thought it would be, but a launch event for the game with her presence was quickly discarded. So the inclusion of a page 3 model on the cover of a video game supposedly intended for kids, combined with extreme violence depicted in-game, were two of the most explosive controversial factors to soon be arriving to video game stores in 1987. Bear in mind that this was years before PEGI and ESRB rating systems were firmly implemented. In the meanwhile, Psygnosis was about to release a platform game also entitled Barbarian, so after a couple of meetings between both publishers, Palace decided to append the subtitle The Ultimate Warrior. Just like Antiriad, Barbarian The Ultimate Warrior was also sent to the other side of the Atlantic by 1988 to be more precise, with the developers licensing the game to Epix, who published it in the United States under a different name, Death Sword, and also changing completely the box art. Needless to say that it didn't sell. In that territory, a DOS port was also available. Back in Europe, it was immediately banned in West Germany. Even so, Palace Software agreed on changing the blood to green and remove Maria Whittaker from the cover so that it would have a chance on that market. Even Crash Magazine was threatened to be pulled off the shelves by the giant W.H. Smith, compliments of Oliver Frey and the brutal cover he drawn for issue 41, published in June of '87. Instead, and gladly, this particular issue was relegated to the top shelf, but even so it sold out. Newsfield Publications even had to promise to W.H. Smith not to do a similar stunt ever again. A sequel followed a year later, adopting an adventure style of gameplay in where we fight monsters and creatures while we explore the Dungeon of Drax. And taking advantage of all the fuss around the original, both Michael and Maria were brought back once again to brighten the cover for Barbarian 2. By around 1991, Barbarian 3 was already in the making, and with its marketing campaign all planned out, that would feature this time around Debbie Ashby on its cover. But in the meanwhile, the software division of the Palace Group was sold to the French publisher Titus, responsible for the Crazy Cars and Prehistoric successful series by the end of the 80s, and Barbarian 3 never saw the light of day. As you can see, the 80s was a huge jungle, in where all sorts of unearthed things would constantly emerge and surface for despair of some and pleasure of many. And it's perfectly obvious that despite all the controversy, Barbarian The Ultimate Warrior was a major sales success due to its provocative cover and also for the brutal content that caught us completely off guard. In 2012, by the 25th anniversary of Barbarian The Ultimate Warrior, a Mega Drive, PC Engine and Windows clones of the 1987 game were made available by a huge fan of the original. Check the description for the link to grab this awesome piece of programming. While you're at it, check my other retro gaming related stories available on my channel and click on that bell icon so that you're notified as soon as the next video becomes available. And if you've enjoyed this episode, please like, share, comment, Patreon and subscribe to It's a Pixel Thing. It will hugely help the growth of the channel and reach a wider audience. Thank you very much for watching and I'll see you all in the next episode. Hey guys, welcome back! This week will be
serving the public trust, protecting the innocent, upholding the law.
Let's take a look! In a time when getting licenses to create video games based on movies was insignificant, there was this British company, Ocean Software, whose prime directive was: the key to sell games is to make them identifiable to the public. So, Ocean tried to secure the rights not only for the most popular movies and TV shows, but also arcade coin-op games. The story of RoboCop is slightly different though. Are you ready?
Serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law.
Can you imagine how awesome it was back in 1988 to enter this arcade saloon and being bombarded with the attract mode of RoboCop right in front of you? Everything else was irrelevant. It really had the power to attract anyone who ventured into a room filled with arcade cabinets. But what was the fuss all about? What is, after all, this RoboCop thing that older kids at school would be talking about all the time since it was released in VHS? Just like what happened with other bloody action movies from the 80s, like for instance Platoon, Predator, First Blood Part 2 or The Terminator, RoboCop was copied from a VCR to another and passed around at school, and that's how I managed to see it at home when no one else was around. I was 13 years old by then and absolutely loved the movie, despite all the blood and gore. RoboCop premiered in cinemas in July of '87 by October in Portugal and was an enormous success at a planetary scale. Ocean made a huge bet attaining the rights in a very early development stage of the movie itself. After reading the script for RoboCop, Gary Bracey, software development manager at Ocean, left a note to commercial director John Woods saying, "Get this, I think it could be big." And it was! Data East came late to discover that the rights for RoboCop were already in the hands of Ocean Software, company with whom they had already done business with in a recent past. Realizing that RoboCop would make an amazing coin swallower arcade game and even a pinball machine, Data East had to sublicense the movie rights from Ocean, which they kindly accepted and would base their own versions on. Smart move. When the time came for the release of RoboCop in VHS, an advert for the video game was included, and in the loading screen of the 8-bit home computer versions of the game, the VHS was advertised. It was the best-selling VHS tape of its time and helped placing Ocean Software in the map as one of the most respected video game developers and publishers in late 80s. After playing the extremely difficult arcade original, I couldn't wait to play RoboCop at home on my ZX Spectrum. The ads for the home versions were popping out all over the press, coming from the United Kingdom and Spain, and Ocean's logo was, for me, a symbol of quality. It was also quite awesome to see Ocean's logo stamped on the arcade cabinet and the licensing being mentioned in-game, though the conversion to home systems adds their own exclusive content. As for the arcade game, masterfully designed by Yoshiyuki Urushibara, was a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up, a really popular genre back in those days, with a couple of sub-games in where we have to practice our aim, just like in this scene taken from the movie. It would help to break the game's frenetic action. The 8-bit versions were tweaked a bit. While maintaining the arcade coin-op original side-scrolling concept, many things were improved and a lot new stuff was thrown in with such a clever way and to a pretty damn good effect. The Dream Team, composed by Mike Lamb and Don Drake, was my favorite couple from late 80s. Together they produced awesome 8-bit jams like Target Renegades, and after RoboCop was the time for Batman the movie, that is my absolute favorite game ever made for the ZX Spectrum. As for RoboCop, the first time I tried it on my brand new ZX Spectrum 128K plus 2A, I was immediately blown away. The very first thing I remember saying was,
RoboCop.
The computer just spoke! It's just like the arcade coin-op game!
Serve the public trust.
What an incredible moment!
Protect the innocent. Uphold the law.
So, for the home versions of RoboCop, puzzle elements were introduced like this photo fit scene and this hostage situation that would be replicated in The Untouchables from 1989 and already reviewed in episode 28. Also, the 128K Spectrum version is well known for Jonathan Dunn's incredible music that was also available on other home systems like the C64 and the Amstrad CPC. The Game Boy title music was even used in an advertising campaign by the European home appliance company Ariston and in a couple other situations.
And on... and Ariston.
Ocean didn't simply stick with the arcade coin-op music. New compositions were tried and ended up grabbing a huge cult following, and the Commodore 64 soundtrack is simply amazing, with a bonus track that plays during the loading process of the game itself. Gorgeous stuff! As for this particular port, put together by John Megan and Stephen Thompson, it has a few minor glitches that were removed from the disc version later released in the US. It is also known for being the most difficult version of RoboCop. The greatest 8-bit home computer version is, for me though, the one for the Amstrad CPC. It has the best from both the ZX Spectrum and the C64 games. Amazing sound, gorgeous and colorful graphics, and is extremely playable. There's even a recent PC remake with 2-player co-op support. But probably the closest coin-op conversion was the one released in '89 for the Atari ST and the Amiga, compliments of Peter Johnson, being the Amiga game strangely identical. Usually the Amiga takes advantage of its superior sound capabilities, but this time around that simply didn't happen, leaving the feeling that this particular port should have been better than it ended up being. The PC also had its own game, but the CGA one released in Europe was the worst. I recall playing this one at school and comment with friends that my 8-bit ZX Spectrum version was way better. This was a pretty awful attempt that made Data East develop a brand new DOS game exclusive for the US market, and it is in fact a pretty decent one with awesome and colorful EGA graphics. Also from Data East came the NES version that is surprisingly the one that less resembles the arcade original developed by Data East themselves. That's really weird, and on top of that, RoboCop for the NES is, in my opinion, the worst of them all. And if I tell you that the Game Boy version is one of the best, Would you believe me? Released in 1990, RoboCop on the Game Boy is a work of art in every technical aspect. Graphics are extremely detailed and the music is freaking amazing for an 8-bit handheld. The bad side is that we only have one life to complete the game. A practically impossible mission to accomplish with success. There were a couple other ports available for other systems, the MSX, the Apple II and even the TRS-80 Coco, but none of those really shined enough to grab the spotlight. Don't get me wrong, these weren't bad games, nor good games for that matter, it's something in between. RoboCop was the responsible and the perfect excuse for Ocean of America to appear on the scene, and one of the very first games published by Ocean of America was the Game Boy version of RoboCop. In Europe, the ZX Spectrum game was king and stayed in the top of British charts for a year and a half. From a simple movie script of a low-budget movie to one of the most fondly remembered video games from the 80s. A final word?
Stay out of trouble.
Back in those days, the feeling of stepping our foot into one of those dark and obscure places filled with arcade cabinets was such an overwhelming experience that immediately struck players with thousands of different sounds and flashing images just begging for our attention. RoboCop was one of the few that really could stand out from all others. Its attract mode was something to behold and I simply stood there looking at it over and over. It truly had the power to hypnotize us. So guys, hope you've enjoyed my look back at one of the greatest gaming moments from the 80s. Feel free to leave below your memories of playing RoboCop back in late 80s and please like, share and subscribe to It's a Pixel Thing. Meanwhile, check these other retro gaming related videos if you're hungry for more awesome stuff from those amazing years. Thank you very much for watching and I'll see you all in the next episode. Welcome back! When you talk about Yu Suzuki's work, everyone seems to only recall about Space Harrier, Afterburner, Outrun and the Hang-On series, but what about Enduro Racer? Why doesn't Enduro Racer receive the same praise and respect? Let's take a look! I've always been a fan of off-road related stuff, so when I first saw Enduro Racer at the arcades, my eyes just popped and I was immediately in love. Sadly, the cabinet where I used to play it was the stand-up version and not the sit-down replica bike similar to Hang-On. Besides the clock, we have to race against other drivers and the treacherous terrain that was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen till 1986. When we reach the second level, and besides enduro bikes, other vehicles will try to block our path. So from this point forward, the event is no longer an enduro race. It resembles a desert type of event, just like the Dakar. The same hardware from Hang-On and Space Harrier was used to create this far more exciting venture onto the off-road world of racing. Just like in Outrun, released in that same year, the races were no longer lifeless and flat. Instead, undulating tracks packed with dangers offered tons of excitement and adrenaline. Huge banks of dirt filled the track from side to side, and while approaching these, the best maneuver would be to pull back the handlebars before impact so that we could perform the perfect jump that would allow us to avoid all hazards hidden on the other side. This was the most important move to be victorious, and the continuous movement of pulling back the handlebars would turn every single one of us into a mighty wrestler. I even had to ask my friends to hold the cabinet steady, otherwise it would fall on me after a more violent maneuver. The arcade original was hard, it was indeed a very difficult game. The increasingly tight time limit, along with the faulty controls due to excessive pulling and harsh treatment, really prevented me to finish it. Gladly, it ended up ported a year later to a few 8-bit systems, and by then I was a proud and lucky owner of a ZX Spectrum 128K+2A. That was a system that I believe to have received the best home version of Enduro Racer. And that's probably why no one talks about this masterpiece by Yu Suzuki and his AM2 team. Sega's one and only home console effort for Enduro Racer was on the Master System also by 1987, and a truly bizarre attempt it was. This is a sort of paperboy on a motorcycle. What were they thinking? It's really hard to understand why they've changed the original arcade concept into this thing. Besides the Sinclair ZX Spectrum and the Sega Master System, Enduro Racer was also released for the Amstrad CPC, that was basically a slow Spectrum port, and the Commodore 64, by far the worst conversion of them all. Another port of the ZX Spectrum version was made by 1988 for Thomson's 8-bit line of computers introduced in France during the 80s. But again, it was a failed attempt. It ran even slower than its CPC counterpart. Enduro Racer was really needing a 16-bit conversion of the arcade original that eventually arrived also during 1988, but only for the Atari ST. It was a solid attempt from the same team that brought the ZX Spectrum version, fast and featuring the same iconic tune by David Whittaker. Back to Yu Suzuki's original design, it was truly unforgiving. Players wouldn't really stand a chance. Right in the first stage, there were a ton of rocks after the many jumps, and most of the ramps were positioned in bands, so it was common to overshoot the track, as we couldn't change the direction of the bike whilst in mid-air. And the second stage was even worse, with tighter bands, desert four-wheelers and random obstacles. Then the third stage introduced water jumps. This was without any doubt meticulously engineered to take our money. But as told in issue 64 of Computer and Video Games magazine back in February of '87, it was totally worth it. The feeling of riding a bike is tremendous. It's totally different in gameplay to hang on. Activision immediately grabbed the rights for the home computer versions of Enduro Racer, and they already knew who to call. Back in 1986, Giga Games approached Activision UK to show them their brand new racing game and ZX Spectrum exclusive Nightmare Rally. Oddly, Activision refused, and it ended up being picked by Ocean Software. So when the time came to produce the ZX Spectrum and Atari ST conversions of Enduro Racer, Activision handed the job over to Giga Games, whose previous work with Nightmare Rally showed to be extremely important for their next venture. For that, all they had as reference was a VHS tape of someone playing the arcade original, and as stated by Alan Laird in an interview a few years back, I don't think I ever saw an Enduro Racer machine in real life. As told previously, the C64 port by Electric Dream Software was the worst of the bunch, receiving just 16% in issue 27 of Zap64 magazine. Electric Dreams wasn't pleased, so instead of just forgetting about it, there were reports about a new enhanced version of the game being developed and scheduled to be released on disc format only. That version never came out, but an unfinished game was mistakenly bundled with the Big Box 30 compilation by Bo Jolly. It seems that someone just made copies of the wrong master disc. As for the one and only console version of Enduro Racer, it was quite odd that Sega themselves opted not to adapt the arcade original. Instead, they created from scratch an isometric racer, offering a completely distinct experience. But that wasn't the end of it. If you're a die-hard fan of the Master System, the Japanese version of Enduro Racer for Sega's own Mark III console is the one that you should play, simply because it features a complete game with all 10 levels. For the Master System version, they opted for a smaller cart, which meant that 5 levels and other graphical details needed to be removed due to lack of space. Again, what were they thinking? Unlike all other Yu Suzuki creations, Enduro Racer is a totally forgotten title, with only the Master System version making an appearance on Wii's Virtual Console back in 2008. Sadly, never got a sequel also, but its spirit lived on in the arcade-exclusive Stadium Cross from 1992 brought by Sega AM1. So guys, this was my experience and historical facts around this Yu Suzuki creation that practically no one seems to care about. Maybe if it was included in Shenmue, its impact on gamers would have been slightly different. I recall organizing during summer vacations some ZX Spectrum championships and inviting a bunch of friends to participate, and Enduro Racer was one of those that would always be present. I really miss those days. People would sit around the good old Specky waiting for their turn to play. Hope you've enjoyed this episode of It's a Pixel Thing, so if you did, don't forget to smash that like button, to leave a comment with your own memories, to subscribe to the channel, and to click on that bell icon so that you're notified when all my future videos become available. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Hey guys, welcome back! Indiana Jones related video games were always priorities to me. I was always attracted by the unknown, exploring exotic locations. So, Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis was all that, packed in one single and overwhelming experience. As you've witnessed on my video related to my favorite point-and-click graphic adventures, this one is right at the top. So, let's explore it a bit more and dive deep into its origins and how it came to be. Let's take a look! The sequel to Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade arrived in June of 1992, and it was just what every indie fan wanted. The perfect adventure that should really be turned into a full-length feature film and even remastered for the current-gen systems like Day of the Tentacle was. I even consider it the true fourth Indies adventure and not the disaster that was the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. They just don't make him like this anymore. The game's multipath approach inspired players to replay it over and over. The international travel to these beautiful locations, the interesting characters, the music and voice acting, the well thought out puzzles, the double-crossing Nazis, the mysterious artifacts, all these ingredients were very well mixed up, offering a compelling story that grabbed the player right from the beginning.
Let's find the airport.
Screenwriter Al Barwood, that would later return to also write the script for Infernal Machine, wrote an amazing plot centered around the lost continent of Atlantis. Barwood is an old friend of George Lucas. They went to film school together and George knew Al's huge interest in games back in early 80s. So Barwood started to hang around the Lucasfilm Games group for several years, where he met folks like David Fox, Ron Gilbert and Noah Falstein. As you know, these three guys were the ones behind Indy's previous adventure, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. When the time came to produce a sequel, everyone was working and pursuing other projects, so the doors were completely open for Barwood, and his background in script writing and interest in video games led him to winning the jackpot. Even so, Barwood ended up receiving a little hand from Noah Falstein after all, that helped him out on writing the story for Fate of Atlantis, also conceiving the idea of the 3 different paths, perfectly capturing the spirit of the original movie trilogy. I've forever been intrigued with Plato's amazing Atlantis dialogue, so The Last Crusade was indeed begging for a sequel that eventually arrived firstly in June of 1992 with a floppy disk original release, and a year later, by May of 1993, on an announced Toki CD-ROM edition which included amazing voice acting and digitized sound effects. It features over 8,000 lines of spoken dialogue, and in this voice was masterfully provided by actor Doug Lee. This Toki version was the one that I played back then, right when I bought my first PC, my beloved IBM PS1 486DX2, running at 66 MHz, playing and replaying it over and over. Needless to say that I would, many years later, also grab the GOG and Steam versions to play again, and again, and again. Damn, I completely lost the count of how many times I've played and finished the Fate of Atlantis. It still has the power to hold my attention hostage like if there was no tomorrow.
Socrates. That's it.
It offered an overwhelming and original story that can rival the ones from all 3 first movies. As said, the 4th one is quite forgettable, so Nazis, a sort of mythological and supernatural flavor, and a beautiful and somewhat annoying female character were the perfect ingredients for an Indiana Jones adventure.
To mince with you.
Sophia Hapgood would return later for Indy's first 3D action adventure, Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine, released in 1999, and that I've also reviewed in the past.
Sophia Hapgood.
She used to tag along with Indy in many previous adventures from this fictional universe, but in the meanwhile, she decided to leave archaeology to become a psychic.
Wonderful party.
In Fate of Atlantis, she possesses a valuable necklace with this powerful medallion through where, when invoked, the spirit of the Atlantean king Nur-Apsal telepathically communicates. As the name suggests, we take control of the famous archaeologists in a frenetic race against the Nazis to be the first to unveil the secrets and whereabouts of the lost civilization of Atlantis. The action takes place in 1939 when Hitler's foes are searching for an ancient Atlantean power source that will potentially supercharge their tanks and bombs.
You saw that?
So off we go on a globe-trotting adventure which manages to capture all the action, humor and undertone of the movie franchise, with John Williams' intemporal soundtrack playing in the background. A variety of compositions were arranged by the iMuse team, Michael Land, Clint Bajakian and Peter McConnell, and the fact of not being based on any of Indy's previous movies gave loose rein to Al Barwood and his team to create this unique, inspiring and original story.
Look at that!
It was on development for around 2 years, and it all began in George Lucas' research library at the Skywalker Ranch. There was a book of world's unsolved mysteries, from where this diagram of Atlantis popped out. It was screaming to be transformed into a video game. And so it was. Obviously, that a huge amount of research was in hand so that a convincing story would arise out of it. And that was when Barwood and Falstein learned about orichalcum, the Atlantean semi-precious alloy, something that really plays a huge part of this new indie adventure. One of the many possible locations for the legendary Lost City was in the Mediterranean Sea, more precisely in Terra or Santorini, a volcanic island in the Aegean Sea, a few miles off Crete. Between the centuries 17th and 15th BC, a massive volcanic eruption took place, which led also to a huge tsunami that ended up annihilating the Minoan civilization on Crete. The aftermath of this catastrophic event can even be seen nowadays. The Fate of Atlantis is very much inspired in this particular theory with its Mediterranean setting. Speaking about the title of the game, during the development, long meetings were held at the Skywalker Ranch, trying to come up with a better name than Fate of Atlantis. Is there a better title than that? I doubt it. Also, during that process, Dark Horse Comics created a series based on Barwood's and Falstein's story with an initial title of Indiana Jones and the Key to Atlantis, and later renamed to Fate of Atlantis. It was published in 1991, a year before the game's own release, and despite being the same basic plot, there were some notable differences in the story. As told, Fate of Atlantis offers a choice of 3 paths: teams, fists or wits, being Sophia's company throughout, a lighter or more action movie-like experience, or a solo puzzle-solving journey, respectively.
Hello there.
It depended on how you see the character Indiana Jones, a lover, a fighter, or a true scholar and archaeologist. So different ways of approaching obstacles and puzzles will present themselves, with the in-game dialogue and storyline being cleverly adapted to each situation.
Now, my dear, there's nothing to be afraid of.
The IQ score returns from the last Crusade, so if we're after the maximum score, we must complete each of these 3 paths. The paths will converge upon arrival in Atlantis, but it sure was a tremendous and arduous task to implement in-game. As I've mentioned many times before, the visual design of Fate of Atlantis is sublime, thanks in particular to Bill Eakin and his team, who also drawn the game's cover that drank huge inspiration on Drew Struzan's amazing posters from the most iconic movies from the 80s. This outstanding pixel art is something to behold, with its many different and beautiful locations, around 120 to be more precise. Like this particular one in the Azores that was captured from a real location. It makes this game so epic in scale, cause they were mouse-drawn right into the computer using deluxe paint. Digital scanners were kind on the expensive side, around $5,000, so by the time the right deal was finally made, the game was practically finished. Only just around 10% were paintings scanned at the very end of development. Fate of Atlantis was the last pixel paint project at LucasArts for PCs and one of the largest graphic adventures ever to arrive from George Lucas' company. It was also the first fully voiced game coming from LucasArts that sold over 1 million copies, one of the company's most successful graphic adventure. Besides all that, Fate of Atlantis was also the first LucasArts game to feature rotoscoped in-game character animation.
Him too.
Steve Purcell, the creator of Sam and Max and the artist behind the incredible box art of Secret of Monkey Island, posed as Indy, while Scarlett Michaud acted as Sophia. Funny enough, they ended up married later down the road. Just like the last Crusade, the Fate of Atlantis had also an action game, a quite forgettable one. The graphic adventure was so good that practically no one played the action game designed by attention to detail that loosely follows the plot of its point-and-click counterpart. Besides the PC, Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis was released also for the Amiga, Mac and FM towns. The Sega CD was supposed to also have its own enhanced edition, but was eventually cancelled due to the commercial failure of The Secret of Monkey Island on that system. 2 concepts for a sequel were conceived, Indiana Jones and the Iron Phoenix and Indiana Jones and the Spear of Destiny, but both ended up cancelled due to problems during development. Even so, those were reworked and transformed into a couple of Dark Horses comic series. I'm not sure what the future holds in relation to video games based on Indiana Jones' character. As you know, Indy's last adventure was released back in 2009, Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings, and it carries a quite sad story in relation to its development. Just when LucasArts was preparing to create the most spectacular Indiana Jones video game ever for the brand new HD consoles from Sony and Microsoft, Naughty Dog released Uncharted, that was all that the new Dr. Jones game was meant to be. Everyone at LucasArts just stood petrified looking at Nathan Drake and thinking that they've completely missed the chance of making something great. The Staff of Kings was finally placed on store shelves 2 years after the release of Uncharted, in a completely unrecognizable way. The HD versions were nowhere to be seen. These were cancelled due to obvious reasons, and only the Wii, PS2, PSP and Nintendo DS versions saw the light of day. The only cool thing about this title is the inclusion of Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis as an unlockable extra exclusively in the Wii version to take advantage of the real point-and-click mechanics, also offering an improved MIDI version of the soundtrack. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis succeeds where movies based on the series have failed, and it still is a playable and glorious tribute to a character that is simply my favorite in filmmaking history.
What do you know? A secret door.
27 years later, the Fate of Atlantis refuses to die, and I truly hope that somewhere in the near future we'll receive another suitable adventure worthy of the presence of the man in the hat himself.
Mr. Otis invented.
On cinemas, it's already guaranteed his presence with the 5th installment in the series. As for video games, and as said, I'm not sure what the future holds.
Where do you think you're going?
Hope you've enjoyed this episode of It's a Pixel Thing, and if you did, don't forget to like, to share, to comment, to subscribe and to click on that bell icon so that you're notified when all my future content becomes available. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! We've all been there, shooting at stuff for no reason. But these were the forefathers of first-person shooters. Dark Forces improved that formula to a whole new level, but only by 1998, action and storytelling within the genre was pushed forward in such a way that every single one of us that really played Half-Life back then can relate. Damn, I even bought a freaking Sidewinder Dual Strike to play this game. Half-Life came from a rather obscure developer by the name Valve. It was in fact their first game, and you know what happened a few years later, don't you? It was created using a heavily modified version of the Quake engine licensed from id Software, and the fact of being a different approach to the genre with puzzles, horror and a story, yes, a real story and plot, ended up neglected by practically every single publisher that saw it running. Only Sierra understood Gabe Newell's vision, cause this was a publisher that really cared about storytelling. In fact, the game starts differently to what we'd seen till then, with a monorail ride through Black Mesa Research Facility, in where the action mostly takes place, and with the developers' names popping up in a sort of movie style. These are just a few examples that were inspired by Half-Life's iconic introduction.
Time is 8:47 a.m. Current topside temperature is...
Slightly based on Area 51 and Los Alamos National Lab, Black Mesa Research Facility is an ultra-secret complex under government contract, conducting top-secret and extremely volatile experiments.
Eating or drinking.
Everything goes well and according to plan, until a certain experiment goes wrong.
Get away from the... Shut it down. Objective shut down. It's done.
portals to another dimension are opened, and strange things and behavior starts to happen. We're equipped with only a crowbar, and damn, how I missed my crowbar. The main protagonist is no highly trained soldier or marine, like the ones we could find on most first-person shooters that came prior. In Half-Life, we control Gordon Freeman, this bearded physicist that is known today as one of the most important video game characters in history.
No! Stay back! Gordon!
Gordon has now a problem. He must use that crowbar against his fellow scientists that were turned into zombies, also smashing in the process those disgusting headcrabs that simply want to suck his brain. As told, Freeman is no superhero with superpowers, combat experience and super strength. The HEV suit is his last hope of survival, providing some defense against these nasties. The story of Half-Life is told entirely in-game. Everything is seen through the eyes of the protagonist. Most story elements unfold via scripted sequences triggered by the player when reaching a certain area. If other characters have information to reveal, they'll address us directly.
System out, I couldn't tell you how to get there, but there's an old decommissioned rail system somewhere through here, beyond the silo complex.
The Black Mesa complex is not made up of distinct levels, but is mostly a continuous world where backtracking is possible. As for weapons, these are mostly based in real life, so expect to find pistols, machine guns and explosives, but there are also futuristic energy weapons developed at Black Mesa, as well as organic weapons acquired from the invading aliens. Half-Life also introduced a set piece, areas that provide certain important events and confrontations, in where the practically non-existent music would also pop out to emphasize the story and momentum. Enemies fall into two categories, aliens and human soldiers or marines. While most of the aliens are not very bright, the Marines are extremely clever and deadly that really set the standard for FPS games. These were sent by the government to eliminate the alien organisms and all other surviving Black Mesa personnel, including Dr. Freeman.
I killed 12 dumbass scientists and not one of them fought back. This sucks.
When in direct combat, these would take cover and try to flank us using grenades to flush us out. This was the first time that an enemy was able to truly intimidate me, and if that wasn't enough, this figure known as G-Man would appear from time to time, creating an even more mysterious and tense feeling while playing, just like if our every single step was being monitored. Environmental puzzles were also introduced, cause some of the alien enemies cannot be killed by normal means, so the environment must be used against them instead. All this mind-blowing cinematic action, exploration and clever plot was cloned by so many first-person shooters that followed, like Call of Duty, Halo or Far Cry, also inspiring the modding community to create their own games using the Quake engine, such as the iconic Counter-Strike and Day of Defeat. It was ported to the PlayStation 2 by Gearbox Software back in 2001, and the Dreamcast version was also ready to be placed on store shelves. But the uncertain future of Sega led to the cancellation of that particular version. Rumor says, though, that there are copies in the wild of that Dreamcast port. Expansions followed also by Gearbox. In 1999 came Opposing Force, and by 2001 Blue Shift, that was initially aimed for a Dreamcast exclusive release, but as stated, ended up being ported to the PC, also offering the high definition pack that would update the looks of Opposing Force and Blue Shift. The PlayStation 2 game had also an expansion of its own, included in disc, Decay, that featured cooperative gameplay in which two players could solve puzzles or fight against the many enemies in this amazing Half-Life universe.
Corporal, what the hell is going on here? Nobody told us about black operations in the mission briefing.
Half-Life hasn't aged too well, we can all agree with that. And the platforming sections are incredibly painful, but it changed games forever, and its legacy persists to this day. So guys, share down in the comments section below your memories and love for Half-Life, a true groundbreaking game that revolutionized the genre and the whole industry, giving birth to Steam, the largest digital distribution platform for PC gaming. Hope you've enjoyed this episode, so if you did, don't forget to share, to smash that like button, to subscribe to the channel and click on that bell icon so that you're notified when all my upcoming content becomes available. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next episode. Hey guys, welcome back! 24 years have passed since the Raptor was released, and I must say that it still holds up today. My first experience with it was provided by a shareware version available for DOS, which included the first episode, Bravo Sector, and its music, composed by Matt Murphy, still pounds in my mind since then. Raptor Call of the Shadows was originally developed for MS-DOS by Cygnus Studios and published by the mighty Apogee Software back in April of 1994. It was in fact placed in store shelves on April 1st of 1994. When Apogee announced to the public that Raptor would be available on that day, everyone thought that it was an April Fool's joke, but it wasn't. And the game was supposed to be called Mercenary 2029 and not Raptor Call of the Shadows. Scott Host, lead programmer, told in an interview that the name Raptor came after the Cygnus team went to watch Jurassic Park along with id Software's team, and ended up concluding that Raptor would make a better title than Mercenary. By that time, Cygnus and id Software were based in the same building during the time period when Doom and Doom 2 were developed. Raptor Call of the Shadows is divided into 3 sectors: Bravo Sector, Tango Sector and Our Regions, each one composed of a total of 9 levels. As for its plot, is as basic as being sent on interplanetary missions to destroy everything that crosses our path, in this case, the Megacorp's thugs. Being a shoot-'em-up, everything that appears on screen must be destroyed, from other flying objects to ground targets like turrets, buildings and vehicles. Obviously that a shoot-'em-up without end-level bosses wouldn't be a shoot-'em-up, so there's plenty of those, even halfway through a certain number of later levels. Credits and bonuses are earned by destroying stuff, and the more difficult the enemies are, the more credits and bonuses we'll get. The player has only 1 life, but there's an energy meter that makes Raptor stand out from most shoot-'em-ups available until then. Also, a save option is available between levels that is really welcomed in this type of games. Our ship can withstand quite a huge amount of damage, always having the chance to upgrade it with shields and more powerful weapons that can be bought or collected using the credit and purchase system implemented. When facing the various types of enemies, we can dynamically switch between the weapons installed to face with the situation in hand, cause some weapons can only hit airborne targets and other only ground targets. Even so, there's a few that can hit both, so these last ones are pretty practical. The more original weapons present must be the auto-tracking turrets, and besides the mega bomb that will destroy everything on screen, including enemy bullets and projectiles, there's this weapon that fires continuous instant beams capable of penetrating and destroying multiple targets in one shot. Also, we can purchase a certain item called the Ion Scanner that, when confronting a level boss, can measure its own energy and damage meter. As said, Raptor was originally developed for MS-DOS, but 5 years later, Mountain King Studios, the rebranded Cygnus Studios, re-released it for Windows that featured not only slightly improved graphics and audio, but also feedback controller support. On the other hand, keyboard and mouse controls were incomprehensibly crippled. What were they thinking? By 2010, .emu published Raptor for Windows XP, Vista and 7, allowing different screen resolutions and ditching the force feedback support. A year later, the Apple Store also received a new port from the 2010 edition, but this version is no longer available. Instead, there's a macOS port that is still available for $1.99. By 2015, achievements and cloud saving were added to Raptor for an exclusive Steam release for PC and Mac. Raptor came after Galactrix, the first game by Scott Host, and a sort of spiritual sequel came later in 1997, Demon Star. Raptor Call of the Shadows was considered the best shareware game back in 1994, and remember, this ain't no dinosaur game. So guys, hope you've enjoyed this look back at the incredible Raptor Call of the Shadows that still holds up pretty well nowadays. I also have the GOG version, but I end up going back to my IBM PS1 to play it the way I used to back in the day. Feel free to like, to share, to subscribe, and to click on that bell icon to be notified when a new It's a Pixel Thing video is uploaded. Also, tell me everything down in the comments section below. Did you also play Raptor back in 1994? Were you also introduced to this game by the shareware version? Shareware was huge back then, and Apogee was one of the biggest names in the business. Also, when confronted by the question of a possible sequel to Raptor, Scott Host simply answered yes. So I guess that 2019 will be the year, cause Raptor Call of the Shadows will be celebrating its 25th anniversary. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next episode. Hey guys, welcome back! The Italian developer that we know today as Milestone has been around since 1994, since the release of Super Loops for the Super Nintendo. It was founded by Antonio Farina and then known as Graffiti, releasing their second game a year later. Iron Assault was an MS-DOS exclusive, and in that same year came also for DOS the groundbreaking Screamer. This was when console and arcade enthusiasts started to look differently at PCs, cause these beasts were starting to show all their potential. So, let's take a look. 1995 was the year when the iconic Need for Speed franchise took off on PCs along with Destruction Derby, but there was this small intruder trying to survive between those two big sharks. Racing games were evolving too rapidly, from the sprites of Outrun and the primitive 3D graphics of R-Driven to incredibly fast texture-mapped 3D graphics of Virtua Racing, Ridge Racer and Daytona USA. And while everyone was waiting for those games to be ported to the brand new generation of consoles, the Sega Saturn and the Sony PlayStation, Screamer arose from this still obscure and unknown Italian developer by the name Graffiti, leaving speechless all those console players. Graffiti built in-house their own full 3D engine, and after showing a sci-fi themed demo to Virgin Interactive, they were blown away and immediately wanted for Graffiti to use that impressive engine not on a sci-fi game, but on a racing game. This was in a time when affordable 3D accelerated graphics cards were practically non-existent, so Graffiti's game engine needed to be rendered entirely by software. This was a problem for all those that didn't possess a beefy machine equipped with the latest high-end processors like the recently released Pentium by the almighty Intel. But if you happen to be one of those lucky gamers, you would experience a racing game like no other, something never seen on any console or PC till that time. By the way, and talking about that, before the release of Screamer, my most played racing games on the PC were Network Q Rack Rally, published by Europress, and IndyCar Racing from Papyrus, both released a couple of years prior. But Screamer took me to a whole new level of immersion and engagement, with living and breathing 3D graphics and fully textured map tracks, with tunnels, bridges, canyons, and airplanes crossing the skies above our heads. It was just like if the arcade in town had moved inside my own house. Bear in mind that this came from a really small developer and in a time without internet or any type of connection to other developers to share experiences and know-how, and as said, rendering through hardware wasn't a thing yet. Screamer's 3D software renderer would allow some impressive next-gen effects, clouds, buildings and other objects being reflected on the cars, and night versions of each track with neon lighting are just a small example of that. 6 tracks and 7 non-licensed vehicles are available. 6 of these vehicles are obviously inspired on real-life supercars like the Ferrari F40, the Lamborghini Diablo, the Mitsubishi GTO, the Porsche 911 Turbo, the Corvette C4 and the Bugatti EB110, and the over-the-top crashes and drifting would automatically tell us that we were facing a high-octane, ultra-fast arcade racer in the likes of Daytona USA and Ridge Racer, breaking that more serious feel and look of the personal computer that was seen as something exclusively crafted for boring stuff and not to play games with fast 3D graphics. After choosing one car and the type of transmission, automatic or manual, we could tackle the Championship League, the Slalom mode, the Attack mode, or a sort of minigame called Cone Carnage, in where we would knock down as many traffic cones as possible. These modes were only available in this very first Screamer, and they were a request from the publisher Virgin Interactive. Obviously that a game of this nature would also feature an incredible sound engine and an over-the-top commentator.
What's wrong? Too much pressure? Yeehaw! What a great corner! Lap down. Hey, it's a new lap record!
Also, and as a fun fact, the game's soundtrack was composed by the amazing Alistair Brimble, known by then for providing amazing music and sound effects for a ton of games for the Commodore Amiga like Super Frog, Alien Breed and Project X.
Number 1! Just what I want to see!
You might think that Screamer was in direct confrontation with the Need for Speed in what PC gaming is concerned, but Graffiti wasn't even aware that Electronic Arts was releasing a PC version of their latest racing game. These were the days without internet, folks. Released a few months after the Need for Speed, it was immediately praised by the press for offering what EA's game couldn't obviously match due to its more sim-oriented nature, a fast-paced and colorful arcade racing experience. In the meanwhile, this piece of advertising was being published in magazines around Christmas, but ended up generating a bit of controversy and hate. Graffiti started working on a sequel right after the release of the original Screamer. It would offer a lot more vehicles and went for a more rally-oriented style of gameplay. 2-player split-screen mode and multiplayer over network for 4 players simultaneously was also added, along with support for 3D hardware in the form of a patch that was later made available by the developer. By this time, Graffiti also changed its name to Milestone. Released in late 1996, it received praise for its soundtrack, gameplay and graphical quality, but it would need at least a Pentium 166 to get the most out of it. The AI was also improved, with other cars occasionally making mistakes, offering an advanced physics simulation model that could be fun to drive. Every car had its own specific handling, something quite hard to implement due to hardware limitations. But the 12 people behind its development, yes 12, were resilient and extremely focused on their work that everything was possible to achieve. Screamer Rally came a few months after Screamer 2, and it's probably the one that players most fondly recall. This third title from the trilogy was seen internally as a sort of data disk for Screamer 2, with a new interface, new tracks and new cars, cause it used practically the same game code. As the name suggests, it revolves around rally racing and really making use of 3D FX voodoo graphics, something that was gaining enthusiasts all over the world really quickly, and I was one of them. To this day, Milestone continues to create incredible racing games based on a bunch of different disciplines, and I'm always waiting for their latest release, cause as said, I'm a true fan of their work since they released the very first and groundbreaking Screamer. So guys, have you played Screamer back in the day or any other from the trilogy? Many still think that Screamer 4x4 is part of the series, but that one was developed by another team that used the name Screamer just to grab extra attention from the public. I've already reviewed it some time ago, so feel free to check it out. Also, and if you've enjoyed this video, please like, share, subscribe and click on that bell icon so that you're notified when my next video becomes available. And if you're feeling generous, you can become a member right here on YouTube or through Patreon. Your support will be extremely appreciated. Thank you very much for watching and I'll see you all in my next video. Cheers! Hey guys, welcome back! So, before the Battlefield series and even Rally Sport Challenge, Digital Illusions gave us amazing pinball video games. Pinball Fantasies was their second commercially released title, and for me, the best pinball video game coming from Digital Illusions, so let's take a look. As a huge fan of music in general, I always loved pinball video games cause this genre is packed with awesome soundtracks. Developers would normally incorporate awesome tunes into these games, and that's why I absolutely love the genre, and Pinball Fantasies is still my favorite pinball video game to play on the good old Commodore Amiga, and also one of my favorite on DOS. It was released in late 1992, only 8 months after Pinball Dreams, their first pinball title and first commercial game. And just like its older brother, Pinball Fantasies offers another 4 amazing pinball tables for us to enjoy, that can be played by up to 8 players in a hot seat type of thing. And again, ball physics are spot on, accompanied by truly amazing graphics with gorgeous pixel art. And the music, whoa, the music composed by Olaf Gustafsson is just brilliant. By the way, Olaf is one of the original co-founders of Digital Illusions that by 2005 also co-founded Epos Game Studios, responsible, along with XDev and Clever Beans, for the amazing Wipeout Omega collection. If there's a title on the Amiga that is the perfect definition of playing just for 5 minutes, well, that game is Pinball Fantasies. It's simply one of the most played games on my system, and everyone that visits my man cave wants to have a slice of it. Pinball Fantasies started as an Amiga original title that soon got converted to DOS, Atari Jaguar, the Super NES, and even the Game Boy. As said, it contains 4 themed tables with various difficulty levels. The first one is Partyland, probably the one that most people will recognize, cause it was the one featured in the shareware version. Then there's Speed Devils, Billion Dollar Game Show, and Stones and Bones. The tables are larger than the ones present on Digital Illusion's previous Pinball Madness, approximately 3 screens high as opposed to 2. As told, Partyland has a theme park backdrop that includes roller coasters, sky rides, and a duck shot. Halfway up the table, there's an extra flipper that will help us reach other bonuses. Speed Devils is a fast-driven table that really pushes us to play fast and keep the ball rolling around in super high speeds, and the music really keeps us pumped up to unlock all bonuses as fast as possible. Even that speed isn't really an issue here. That's just what Speed Devils is able to transmit to the player. As for the Billion Dollar Game Show, it's nothing more than a sort of TV show featuring frenetic super jackpots with lots of money bonuses and expensive prizes. And finally, the Stones and Bones table is basically the return of Nightmare or Graveyard from Pinball Dreams. An amazing table, I must add. I just love its ambience and creepy music and sound effects, packed with bats, mummies, devils, ghosts, and obviously the Grim Reaper himself. The tilt function is obviously present by pressing the spacebar, but you know that you can't go wild with it, don't you? It's just like in the real thing, so go gentle with it. Many would say that a pinball video game is something quite easy for a developer to accomplish, but if we think hard enough, we'll realize that all the physical components programmed in to make it realistic, like gravity and momentum, are what really makes a difference and shows how complex it can really be to create such a game based on such an apparent and simple thing like pinball. Pinball Fantasies nails it in every aspect. And have I mentioned the smooth scrolling of the tables? Well, I guess that I simply don't have to. You've been looking at it since the beginning of this video, so take your own conclusions. What else can I say? Well, I can say that I've also played the DOS version for many years, and I still do. And because of that, I simply had to purchase the Pinball Gold Pack at GOG.com that offers all pinball related titles from Digital Illusions, Pinball Fantasies, Pinball Mania, Pinball Dreams 1 and 2, and Pinball Illusions. So if you're a fan of the genre, do yourself a favor and grab it also for some awesome classic pinball action. The direct link will be in the description box below. Nowadays there's other options to play Pinball Fantasies on the PlayStation 3, on the PSP and Vita, and even on any iOS device. But if you're after that bit of nostalgia and real feel of playing Pinball Fantasies like you used to back in the day, there's no better option than to grab an Amiga or a good old 486 PC and play it using the real hardware on where it was specifically designed to be played. So guys, are you also fans of this genre? I surely am! And if you haven't already, you can now watch my top 10 classic pinball video games episode that I've released a couple of years ago, and in the meanwhile, subscribe to the channel and click on that bell icon to be notified when all my future content becomes available. Also, if you've enjoyed this episode, feel free to comment, to like and to share this video so that many other gamers all around the world gets the chance to also enjoy it and even discover Pinball Fantasies for the first time. Who knows? Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next episode. Hey guys, welcome back! Let's recall Fury of the Furries, this amazing and underrated jam from the early 90s that few seem to care about, but that I simply couldn't get enough of back in the day. Let's take a look. Oh man, how I love this game! This 1993 platform and puzzle title, first released for the Amiga computer, was so damn enjoyable and addictive that when I moved to IBM PCs later that year, I just had to get also the DOS version. And I still remember that annoying disk swapping process that Amiga users like myself had to stand. Owning a hard drive on your Amiga wasn't for everyone, so I became a fan of the DOS version on my brand new IBM PS1 486 DX2 66 MHz, simply because of that, because I now had the opportunity to install this game on the bundled hard disk drive that offered a mind-blowing 170 megabytes of space. Even so, playing the Amiga version with a Maverick 1 arcade stick is phenomenal. A year later, an Amiga CD32 option was also available that would offer a couple more audio tracks and obviously faster loading times in relation to its older brother. Fury of the Furries was developed by the French studio Antiriad Concept, soon renamed to Callisto, and first published by Mindscape in 1993. By 1994, a collaboration with the Japanese group Namco led to the release of Fury of the Furries in other regions besides Europe, like Canada and the United States, but now under the name Pack in Time. Whoever thought that Fury of the Furries could be somewhat converted into a Pac-Man spin-off? Well, this guy! So for that partnership, the changes were superficial and they only bothered transforming the main furry character into Pac-Man, the coins into pills, and remake the intro, giving it a new story and objective. This Pac-Man spin-off ended up released not only for the PC and Macintosh, but also for the Game Boy. A Super Nintendo redesigned version arrived later, by 1995, exclusive to Japan, United States and Canada, featuring a new game engine, level layouts and aesthetics. A Sega Game Gear version was also planned and finished, but ended up scrapped. Even so, the ROM for this specific version surfaced on the web a while ago with the permission of its original programmer, and after playing it, it's probably one of the best games on Sega's handheld. Try it for yourself, the link to grab the ROM is in the description box below. But we're here to look into the original Fury of the Furries and not its spin-off, so in the original and better title, We control a furry creature that has the ability to transform itself into 4 different colored forms: red, blue, green and yellow, colors that indicates different skills that are needed at certain points during our journey across the 8 main locations present in the game: desert, lagoon, forest, pyramids, mountains, factory, village and a castle, each with 10 levels plus bonus levels. But not all forms are available in all the different levels. In those more puzzle-oriented, we may come across fields which deactivate certain powers. Besides the amazing gameplay, it also offers awesome music, graphics and even references to other video games and movies. Strange is that in the box, these creatures are known as furries, and in-game as tinies. I guess that Fury of the Tinies sounded weird for some reason. As mentioned, its mechanics are centered around switching between the 4 different colors that indicates a specific special ability. The yellow form controls the element of fire, allowing us to throw fireballs. The blue form controls the element of water, allowing the ability to swim and dive underwater, along with the power of shooting bubbles that can damage the enemies. The green form controls the element of air, allowing not only the use of a sort of grappling hook to swing across the environment, but also to pull objects. Finally, the red form controls the element of earth, offering the ability to chew across walls and ground. As said, various obstacles and enemies must be overcome along the way, and the key to success was the correct use of the right ability at the exact moment as required. But going back to the beginning, the game starts with a quite weird intro, with a spaceship that crash lands in a desert, followed by space furries coming out of it. The tune playing then changes to something that sounds like the Raiders march from Indiana Jones, and a furry goes off to explore the planet. The final scene features a crystal ball that seems to follow each step of the tiny explorer, with a kidnapped king in the background. Then a language selection screen pops out, in where we can witness the inclusion of Fremen. If you recall, Fremen are the desert people from Frank Herbert's Dune books, who recycles their own urine and feces through their bodysuits. And even one of the game's loading screens indeed confirms these Dune references. As said prior, Fury of the Furries features a ton of references not only from books, but also from movies and video games. Here's some more examples. The second level of the forest stage references Star Wars by featuring a wrecked AT-ST in the background. In the second level of the pyramid stage, there is a reference to the giant ball trap from the Indiana Jones film Raiders of the Lost Ark. In the fourth level of the pyramid stage, the player encounters 3 traps based on those in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. In the third level of the village stage, there is the appearance of the 3 Stooges. In the 8th level of the village stage, the player meets Smurfs. In the first level of the castle, the player encounters Dracula transforming into a vampire bat. The second level of the castle, Maze and Enemies, mimics the Pac-Man game. The fifth level of the castle is based on Donkey Kong, among many other references. But the real plot included in the manual tells a different story. When I first played this game back in '93, it was by using a pirated copy, and I had no manual for reference, so according to the game's manual, a group of tinies return to their home planet after a voyage in space. They find out that their beautiful home has been turned into a horrid place by the Wicked One, a dark and cunning tiny with a giant tooth jutting from its mouth. The player controls a tiny who must defeat the Wicked One, who has captured the king and turned all the tinies into mindless monsters by using a device simply referred to as the machine. Confirming my judgment, Computer Gaming World magazine indeed stated back in April of 1994 that Fury of the Furries sports an awful plot and totally unoriginal gameplay, but it has good graphics and is quite addictive. Fury of the Furries can be somewhat included in a sort of gaming series, cause back in 1991, even prior to Fury of the Furries, Tiny Squeaks, also known as the Brainies, was released, a puzzle game starring those 4 familiar and colored little furries, or tinies. 10 years later, by 2001, Tiny's Farter was released. Yeah, you've heard it right, Farter, a mobile game in where our own special ability is to fart our way across the levels and avoid being killed. As simple as that. A year later, Callisto went bankrupt. Yeah. In the meanwhile, it seems that members of the original team are bringing back all those mechanics from Fury of the Furries and Tiny's Farter in an already announced sequel. Can't wait to try it out. Even having this awful and at the same time strange cover art, Fury of the Furries is a masterpiece and considered by myself and by PC Gamer magazine as one of the best games ever made for PC. Every single one of you should try it, if you're in the mood for some relaxing puzzle platforming, obviously. Hope you've enjoyed this episode of It's a Pixel Thing, so if you did, you know the drill. Thank you very much for watching and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Hey guys, welcome back! Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb was released back in 2003 and offers that spirit of adventure and exploration that fans of The Man in the Hat really love. But is it any good? Let's find out. The first thing that pops out is the amazing cover art, again by Drew Struzan, also responsible for the amazing posters from many Spielberg and George Lucas movies, and as well in this previous venture onto the video games business, Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. The Emperor's Tomb was originally designed to be played with a gamepad, but the keyboard controls are quite good. By then, around 2003, I was playing exclusively with keyboard and mouse, so this was a piece of cake for me back in the day. The version you're seeing here is my original copy that I bought on the day of release and that I've recently revisited on a video related to my Windows XP gaming build. If you missed that one, just click on the annotation on the top right of the screen. Developed by The Collective Inc. and obviously published by LucasArts, Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb tells this all-new indie adventure that takes place in 1935 between the events of Indiana Jones and the Shrine of the Sea Devil and Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and we start off in the jungles of British Ceylon, where Indy is searching for the idol of Kuruwatu. After we retrieve the idol, we're confronted by this Nazi by the name Albrecht von Beck that simply wants that item for his private collection, a sort of spin-off of Belloc that we saw in Riders of the Lost Ark. That confrontation does not end well. You have to play this game to discover what happens to Von Beck. By the way, there's also a PS2 and Xbox versions of the Emperor's Tomb, if you prefer to go the console way.
The exhibit hall is upstairs.
We are not tourists, Dr. Jones. I am Marshal Kaiti Chang of the...
After that intro, Indy is approached by this couple that tries to convince him to retrieve the Heart of the Dragon, a black pearl that was buried along with the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang. It is believed that the pearl would grant immense magical power to anyone who possesses it. The idol that Indy brought from Ceylon was the first piece of the puzzle, so let's find some adventure! Hold on! First, let's start by the bad aspects related to game design. There are numerous camera problems resulting from the cramped nature of the environments. It frequently gets hung up on the scenery and is occasionally blocked by walls and stuff. There's also a first-person mode exclusively for aiming purposes, but it's quite useless because of the slow nature of Indy's movements in this particular mode. Gladly, there's a sort of auto-aim feature that will help Indy to hit the things that he points at. The swimming mechanics were also badly implemented from where I'm standing. In a game in where we have to do a lot of swimming, this should offer a good experience to the player.
Feeding the fish.
The only reason I can think of is that this was made on purpose by the developers, probably because Indy wasn't, on that period of time, a very good swimmer. I don't know. Apart from that, and when underwater, Indy also seems to get stuck on almost every object he gets close to, and alligators and sharks are always around waiting for that to happen. Solving puzzles and jumping from platform to platform is also what this game is about. And there's plenty of perfectly timed jumps to master, and holding on to a nearly missed ledge with the tips of our fingers can really be exciting. When the time comes to use Indy's whip, an icon will appear on the top of the screen, allowing us to almost instantly switch to that item from the inventory. Be aware that you'll also come across situations in where you have to jump first and use the whip in mid-air. As said before, the Emperor's Tomb can really be exciting. Other icons will also be displayed on that precise spot, like the one that symbolizes the pull action, telling us immediately that there's something to do on a specific place.
Time to do a little
Puzzles are quite simple, so the combat is probably more interesting. Combos are really easy to pull off, being also able to grab an enemy and throw him off of a roof or into another bad guy. Truly enjoyable and funny situations may be accomplished with the combat sections present on the Emperor's Tomb, and the second half of the game is packed with these encounters. The AI is also truly challenging, with incredibly smart enemies to face. They team up against us and pick objects dropped by other characters. Indy's hat can even come off during a fight. We can also use the whip to knock several opponents down at once, or even disarm them, but these moves must be extremely precise to be successful. Obviously that there are guns and ammunition scattered around the levels, but in very limited amounts. I guess that the developers wanted to focus the action towards one-on-one fighting after all. There's no save system during the level, so these were broken into small-sized sections, so that the player wouldn't have to do a lot of backtracking. But as you know, I absolutely love these exploration and adventure type of games, so I wouldn't be bothered if I had to go back a bit and replay a certain level. Indy's voice is brilliantly performed by David Ash, that sadly already left us back in April of 2015. He was also casted to provide his voice to the character Han Solo in Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. And besides the voice work, the musical score, again by Clint Bajakian, is quite impressive, just like it was on Infernal Machine.
A fake bookshelf. This place is full of surprises. It looks like there's something missing here.
John Williams should be proud to see his work being used and rearranged by such incredible and talented musicians.
Indiana Jones, world-famous archaeologist. Got a nice ring to it.
Clint Bajakian worked for LucasArts from 1991 until 2000, after being invited by his good friend and band colleague, Michael Land. He worked on several LucasArts classic games, in where he gained enough fame to finally quit LucasArts to form his own studio. And by 2004, he joined Sony Computer Entertainment to head the music production group as senior music manager, working on games such as the 3 first titles on the Uncharted franchise. So I guess that adventure is his middle name.
You're a dead man, Jones.
Many years later, by 2009, came the third 3D action-adventure game in the series, Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings, that was initially aimed for the next-gen systems, the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. But as told on my LucasArts history video, it was running behind schedule big time. That Naughty Dog, along with its Uncharted Drake's Fortune, completely backstabbed LucasArts and the team that was developing this brand new indie adventure. But that's a story for another day. So guys, hope you've enjoyed this video, and if you did, don't forget to smash that like button, to subscribe to the channel and to click on that bell icon to be notified when all my next videos become available.
Have I mentioned how absolutely stunning you look in that dress?
I'm thoroughly aware that Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb won't probably be of interest to players that were never fond of Indy's adventures, but for fans of the character and the franchise, just like me, this is one must-play and one must-have title. Feel free to share down in the comments section below your favorite indie games. I miss the good old Indiana Jones point-and-click adventure games, and what about you? Tell me everything! Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next episode! Hey guys, welcome back! So this week we'll be traveling back to the end of the 80s and revisit this unique title that offered so many hours of fun at one of my local arcades. Let's take a look! The year is 1989, an amazing time for arcade coin-op games with so many groundbreaking titles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Final Fight, Kadash, Pang, also known as Buster Brothers, Strider, Dynasty Wars, Puznik, Shadow Dancer, and so many others. And in between all those big names emerged Toki from this obscure video game developer, TED Corporation, that till then had only in their resume the astonishing Cabal, released the year before. TED Corporation was a Japanese video game producer founded in 1988 by former employees of Data East that was around for just 5 years, till February of 1993. During that time, and besides those 2 titles, was also responsible for 4 more games. As you might know, Toki was being remastered for the current new-gen systems and had a release date scheduled for 2012. Meanwhile, something went wrong during the development process and just found that their website is offline, their YouTube channel is completely empty, their Facebook page has one last post that dates back from a year ago, and the game disappeared from Steam. That was really sad to know. I was really looking forward for this gorgeous looking remake. So the only option we have is to look back at the original game and its ports to home consoles and computers. As said, the arcade original was released in 1989, but only and silently appeared in my alley around 1991. That was when I laid my eyes on it for the first time. I recall that the tune from Toki's first level and its peculiar sound effects was what grabbed my attention. By then I was already a proud owner of an Amiga 500, and that was when I started paying extra attention to the ads for the home versions of Toki that already started to appear in British magazines. And what do you know? It was being converted by Ocean Software, but not by those well-known British and Scottish Ocean programmers and artists. This time around, the task was assigned to Ocean France and to programmers Michel Janicki and Jean-Charles Mérignac. musician Pierre-Éric Loriot, and artists Philippe Desolé and his brother Lionel, that gave life to Toki on the Amiga and Atari ST versions. Philippe was even involved in the 2D animations for the recently cancelled remake and is credited for being the creator of the 1994 video game character Mr. Nuts. Despite being also advertised, the CPC and ZX Spectrum versions were never released. This last one would have a 128K exclusive release and was even previewed in issue 90 of Crash magazine. So, after I tried Toki at the arcades, I was really looking forward to get that one for my Amiga. When that finally happened, Shadow Dancer was history. Xcopy was a very good friend of mine back in early 90s, when me and a few friends would gather and make a kind of demo party every summer since the ZX Spectrum days. Lots of games were copied and traded, and that's how I got my hands on Toki in that summer of 1991. By that time, side-scrolling platformers were seen all over the place and in all home systems available by then, but somehow Toki had the power to innovate and impress with its amazing and colorful world and superb parallax backgrounds that was masterfully transported to 16-bit machines. The NES and the Commodore 64 were the only 8-bit systems awarded with such an honorable character, but both versions failed to impress cause, you know, by 1991, 8-bit systems were a thing from the past. The NES ports featured a health bar so that Toki wouldn't die after one hit. That version was never released here in Europe, so I tried it recently using my MAME arcade cabinet and concluded that, even with a health bar, Toki on the NES simply couldn't transport the player to the gorgeous setting and ambience of the arcade original, probably due to its really tiny sprites that were what attracted me in the first place, the magnificent characters, animations and huge sprites. In the US, only a few people knew about the arcade original. If you saw this cover on the shelves of your video game retailer, would you buy it? Yeah. The C64 version, on the other hand, was quite well received in Europe, and here, in the old continent, players loved the arcade original. Obviously, that Ocean's gorgeous advert present all over the British press was the main responsible for its success, not only on the C64, but also on the Atari ST and the Amiga. ST and Amiga versions are graphically identical, but this last one really stands out, compliments of its superb soundtrack. Sound effects could have been a little better, but that was a pretty damn good effort to bring Toki to our homes. Toki has that typical story of a damsel in distress and a hero that must fight an evil sorcerer. The problem is that the evil sorcerer turned our Tarzan boy into an ape and literally grabbed the beautiful Princess Maiho. So we'll be speeding our way through hordes of these creatures that are under the sorcerer's evil spell. In our way to save the princess, certain power-ups can be found and used by Toki, like this football helmet that protects him from being injured and special shoes that will provide the ability to jump really high. Those two special power-ups were removed from this exclusive Mega Drive Genesis enhanced version that ends up being a different game all around, with new levels and stuff from the arcade original completely misplaced in such a clever new way. I really enjoyed it. The Atari Lynx was the only handheld to receive a version of Toki, and it looks like a pretty solid attempt and a perfect example of a well-made conversion from arcades without sacrificing too many of the qualities that made the original so damned enjoyable. This is one of those games that many people skipped and should be featured in, for instance, the 1001 video games you must play before you die book. The arcade original is still my favorite version of Toki, known as Juju Densetsu in Japan, and I played so much the Amiga version back in '91, even not being mentioned on my personal top 26 games for that platform. Feel free to check pixelthing's episodes about my favorite Amiga and arcade video games. There's so many classics included that you'll be drooling nostalgia down your chin. So guys, hope you've enjoyed this episode, and if you did, comment, like, share and subscribe to It's a Pixel Thing. Meanwhile, click on these other examples of what I bring every week to all fans of retro gaming and related stuff. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Hey guys, welcome to Turrican! 2016 celebrates the 25th birthday of the title that made me proud of my Amiga. So, Turrican 2 The Final Fight was the perfect all-arcade experience that I was after, with stunning graphics and an overwhelming soundtrack. Let's take a look! I recall the first time I got a glimpse at Turrican 2. It was on this daily TV show, Point by Point, hosted by the awesome Raul Durão, who had this vision of having in his show a 5-minute per week interaction with Paul Dimas, where they discuss the latest video games available for the ZX Spectrum and the Amiga.
E pronto, se este é o Turrican 2, é porque já tivemos Turrican 1. Boa tarde, Paulo Dimas.
I embraced the Amiga platform around 1990, by a time when many of my favorite video games ever were released, like for instance, the very first Turrican. As for Turrican 2, I guess that it was the music that convinced me. Chris Ulsbeck came up with my favorite video game soundtrack ever. The Desert Rocks from level 1 of Turrican 2 has been on my personal playlist for decades. It was the first music I captured directly from a video game to WAV format and later converted to MP3, and the only one that was used as a ringtone on my first polyphonic enabled cell phone. Game design of Turrican 2 was pulled off once again by Manfred Trans with precious help from Andreas Escher, though the original concept was on the Commodore 64. But where this game really shines is on the Amiga, probably because of the already mentioned astonishing soundtrack. Inspired by Metroid, Aliens, Psychonix Oscar and R-Type, the story is set in the year 3025, and we play the role of Bran Maguire, the only survivor of the Avalon 1 ship that was attacked by the forces of this evil emperor known as the Machine. So it's completely obvious what our goal is: slaughter the main villain. Just like in the first title of the franchise, Turrican 2 is a mix of arcade run-and-gun platforming action combined with exploration of 5 huge worlds in which, if we search carefully, we'll find precious hidden items, power-ups and even extra lives. Exploring thoroughly, though, will certainly take us directly to other bosses that could have been completely avoided. But with this overwhelming and inspiring music playing in the background, I could be just wandering around for eternity. Manfred Trans was known by Commodore 64 fans as the Master. He could pull off some amazing programming tricks and make the 8-bit machine from Commodore to do things that other developers never knew it was possible. For this version, he also wanted to incorporate music during gameplay, but that was simply an impossible mission to accomplish with success, cause the hardware was almost beyond its limitations. In the ending screen, Trans even stated that this was his last game for Commodore's 8-bit platform. He wanted to be able to do more, and the good old C64 just couldn't help him to accomplish that objective. Despite that statement, he still managed to design one final game for it: Enforcer Full Metal Mega Blaster. Despite the C64 version being the original design for Turrican 2, the conversion for the Amiga was the first being marketed by Rainbow Arts, and the biggest impact came from the music composed by Chris Hulsbeck. The designers were perfectly aware that the soundtrack was really good, that in this version incorporated a kind of jukebox in the main menu that can be accessed by pressing the spacebar. We can now enjoy all tracks from Turrican 2. I can't simply recall how many times I loaded the game just to listen to the music while studying or doing my homework. Needless to say that all over the press, Turrican 2 The Final Fight was considered a work of art, not only on the Amiga and C64 but also on the Atari ST, Amstrad CPC and the ZX Spectrum. Later, a CD-TV port was also available that is exactly the same as the Amiga version, and because of that, failed to grab commercial success. In consequence, today's prices for that CD-TV version are completely astronomical. A year later, in 1992, the Game Boy and the Mega Drive Genesis also got a sort of Turrican 2 conversion. The license to publish Turrican 2 on consoles was acquired by Accolade, who had also grabbed the rights to develop a video game based in the movie Universal Soldier, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren. So, what they did was to transform Turrican 2 into something related to that movie. What a sacrilege! Accolade completely ruined Turrican 2! As James Rolfe would say,
what were they thinking?
To somewhat be related to the movie, some levels were replaced by a few new others, and the bosses were also redesigned, and even a huge Dolph Lundgren was included. So sad. A planned Super Nintendo port was cancelled due to the high production costs of larger capacity SNES cartridges, but it would eventually end up on the web for players to try using an emulator. In 1995, there was also a DOS enhanced port that I really enjoyed to revive, cause by then I was only giving attention to my good old IBM 486. An amazing conversion that stayed in the hard drive for many years. Recently, in 2009, a chiptune cover version of the intro music from Turrican 2 was used in Ghostbusters, the video game. Don't know if it was credited or not, but it was really awesome to discover it. "25 years have passed so quickly, and Turrican 2 still remains extremely playable. It was, for me, one of the most important turning points in my gaming life. So guys, hope you've enjoyed this episode of the pixelthing, where we celebrate the 25th anniversary of Turrican 2 The Final Fight. Tell me on the comment section below your own experiences with the Turrican franchise. Which one did you play the most? I'm curious to know. Meanwhile, check my latest videos about video game prices over the years and also about Thalian software and the demo scene. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week. Turrican. Cracked by Rainbow Arts. Awesome publisher.
Welcome
to Turrican! Hey! I've seen this before. I know you, man. Here he is, on a cover of Manowar, from the album Kings of Metal.
Hey guys, welcome back! So, let's revisit, 25 years later, the third title on the Turrican franchise. Is it better than its older brothers? Let's take a look! Factor 5 began developing the third installment on the Turrican franchise for the Commodore Amiga right after the release of Turrican 2 The Final Fight. A working demo even existed, and some of its features were even included in the final game, but sadly, the news were that by 1993 the Amiga market was on a steep decline, so along with Rainbow Arts, Factor 5 decided to instead develop the game to the Sega Mega Drive. Even so, this third game from the series, now known as Mega Turrican, was later ported to the Commodore Amiga by Keiko and Neon Studios under the title Turrican 3 Payment Day. A curious fact was that the Amiga version, despite not being the original, was the first to be commercially available in 1993. This was due to the fact that the original game didn't have a publisher, so it stayed unreleased till 1994. As said, the Amiga market was already in decline by that time, and that led to the decision of developing the third Turrican game for the Sega Mega Drive instead of the Commodore Amiga. Rainbow Arts had always been the best publishing partner for Factor 5's games, but not on the console business, so, and after many presentations and meetings with a few Mega Drive and Genesis publishers, a deal was finally signed between Factor 5 and Data East, along with Sony Electronic Publishing, leading to the worldwide distribution of Mega Turrican by 1994. The Amiga version was supposed to be different from the original Mega Drive game. Keiko approached Rainbow Arts stating that they could create something great for the Amiga computer, the system that really brought fame to the series, but Keiko was not doing very well at all levels, what led to a few problems during development. So, and as stated above, the Amiga game ended up as a port from Mega Turrican. Other versions were considered like the Acorn Archimedes and MS-DOS, but failed to see the light of day, so we can only enjoy this gem on Sega's 16-bit Marvel and on the Amiga. That was where I played it for the first time back in the summer of '93. The first thing we notice when playing it for the very first time are the smaller levels compared to the previous Turrican games, but Turrican 3 or Mega Turrican compensates with newer effects, huge graphical improvements, and more focused towards action and shooting mechanics. You obviously remember the lightning whip from the first two games, right? Well, now it's gone and replaced by a grappling hook in a sort of bionic commando style. Sadly, the Amiga port loses this battle. Many graphical details and even sound effects were sacrificed during the process. The 64 colors of the Mega Drive version had to be downgraded to 32 for the Amiga, but the music, however, was tweaked to fit the unique Amiga capabilities in this area and sound really impressive on this system. As for level design and gameplay, these remained practically intact, with only turning a secret level from Mega Turrican into a regular level on Turrican 3. It's basically more of the same, but for fans like me, it's like being in heaven. I absolutely love all things Turrican related, so I could only wish that the series would return in style for the current gen systems, but retaining this old-fashioned 2D style, just like many others that surface nowadays. There's 15 levels in total, multi-layered parallax scrolling and over 20 different musical tracks. Chris Ulsbeck and Jochen Ippel for the Amiga loading screens returns with one more amazing soundtrack, but even so, the one from the previous game on the franchise is still my favorite and truly memorable. Even so, it's awesome to hear Chris Ulsbeck's first original soundtrack on a Sega console. Most of the content of Mega Turrican was recycled for use in the Super Nintendo game Super Turrican that was released even before Turrican 3 for the Amiga. By this time you're already completely lost in the middle of ports and conversions and recycles, aren't you? Super Turrican shares a similar visual style and plays similarly to Mega Turrican, but has a different set of levels and a freeze beam instead of the original lightning whip from the two previous games and the grappling hook from Mega Turrican and Turrican 3. The music on the SNES version is also incredible, and I can't simply pick a favorite from the three versions. Tell me, do you prefer the Amiga? Mega Drive Genesis? Or the Super Nintendo soundtrack? Power up! So, looking at the whole package, it's up to you to decide which one is better and which one you should have in your private collection. The three have their own strong and weak points, but I love them all and, as said, would grab a new game immediately without blinking. So guys, hope you've enjoyed this episode. If you did, don't forget to subscribe, to click on that bell icon so that you're notified when my next video becomes available. Comment, like, share, pattern, all that good stuff that helps the channel grow and reach the outskirts of the universe. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Hey guys, welcome back! All fans of the series know that the first Castlevania games began as an homage to monster movies coming from Hollywood. So let's celebrate the 30 years of Akumaju Dracula, the very first title released in '86 for the Famicom Disk System. Let's take a look! Right after the European launch of the Nintendo Entertainment System back in September of 1986, Akumaju Dracula was released in Japan for the Famicom Disk System. The game would eventually cross the border over to the United States and Europe a lot later, by May of '87 and by December of '88 respectively, and in cartridge format. It tells the story of Simon Belmont on his quest to defeat Dracula that emerges every 100 years and must fight against many known movie monsters like Frankenstein, the Mummy, two of them, Igor, Medusa, the Phantom Bat, Grim Reaper, also known as Death, and obviously Dracula. I was 15 years old when I first played Castlevania and was over at a friend's house and on a Commodore 64. Needless to say that I wasn't impressed with the C64 version. Back then, by 1990, what really grabbed me on a video game was the music, and sadly, the music from this C64 port was really awful and the SID chip was capable of doing a lot more. Later that year I was able to get hold of the Amiga version of Castlevania and was again quite disappointed. Later that year, around Christmas time, a neighbor of mine that had a 386 PC showed me the DOS port of Castlevania and I was finally impressed by it, even being a 16-color graphics port with this choppy scrolling and animation and sounds and music coming from the PC speaker. But the best was yet to come, my experience with the NES original. What an overwhelming achievement! What an astonishing piece of programming goodness! I just couldn't stop thinking, I've been chasing ghosts! The best version of Castlevania is right here on an 8-bit console and on a system that I wrongfully labeled as a kid's toy. How I was wrong! This kid's toy has got the best vampire killer game ever made! Konami really created something special with this franchise, and this first title is, for me, the best video game ever made for the NES. It is extremely well designed, each level with its own characteristics, and with a superb 8-bit soundtrack that is among the best I've ever heard. And it simply goes everywhere I go. It's a difficult game, indeed, but it's so addictive that we'll quickly surpass that obstacle. And believe me, it's so damn gratifying to conquer one more stage or to simply slay a few more enemies. As said before, the conversions for home computers were really awful. It seems like Konami wasn't really interested in conquering the European market. The DOS and Commodore 64 ports were developed by an obscure division of Distinctive Software, back then known as Unlimited Software, and later acquired by Electronic Arts. As for the Amiga badly improved version, it was handed over to Novotrade that, a few years later, changed its name to Appaloosa Interactive, that also developed the Echo the Dolphin series and the two Contra games released for the PlayStation and Sega Saturn. Nonetheless, Konami's interest in home computing was centered around the MSX line of home computers. So, for the MSX2, Konami released by Halloween of '86, a month after the original, a slightly different version of Akumaju Dracula that, besides the mirrored cover, offered a similar platform game with the same backgrounds and music, but with different areas and a non-linear Metroid-like style of gameplay that ended up influencing its sequel, Castlevania II Simon's Quest, focused a bit more in exploration, with RPG elements thrown in. This MSX2 version was the first Castlevania game available in Europe under the title Vampire Killer. A few years later, by 1993, the Japanese exclusive Sharp X68000 home computer received a remake of the original Akumaju Dracula that by 2001 was again remade for the PlayStation, entitled Castlevania Chronicles. This last version features an arrange mode that is simply an easier way for newer players to fully enjoy the original concept without ending up dead constantly. Taking full advantage of the 10 MHz 68000 processor of the Sharp X68000, the entire game was completely updated with a brand new engine. Stages were redesigned and also new stages were added. It is also known for being extremely difficult, so personally I prefer the more relaxed PlayStation version with its arrange mode that I've mentioned earlier. And the music is outstanding in both versions, with new arrangements of those familiar tunes from the original NES game and from the series altogether. Many other ports of the original game were made for portable systems, including mobile phones and even arcade coin-op games like Nintendo's Play Choice 10 and the Nintendo Versus system. Also in 2002, Konami released the Collector Series for Windows. Back in 2013, the Wii's Virtual Console allowed younger players to get to know the origins of the series, and also for fans of the franchise that simply forgot how it all started after Symphony of the Night was released in 1997. The name Castlevania for the American and European releases resulted from a misunderstood translation of the original title, Akumaju Dracula, that was wrongfully mistaken for Dracula's Satanic Castle. It would most likely sound controversial, so the official translation of Akumaju Dracula remained as Devil's Castle Dracula, since it was released outside Japan in May 1st of 1987. So guys, 30 years have passed since the release of the very first title of the Castlevania franchise, one of the greatest series of video games ever created. Feel free to point out down in the comments section your favorite titles from the whole franchise. Meanwhile, check my latest videos, the 2016 room tour of my man cave and my personal top 10 original Xbox games. And if you've enjoyed this episode, please like, share and subscribe to It's a Pixel Thing. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week. Hey guys, welcome back! So, let's celebrate the 20 years of Lara Croft's adventures! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Lara! Happy birthday to you! Let's take a look! Lara isn't 20 years old, definitely. It's been 20 years since she first started exploring the wilderness in search of
fortune and glory.
Well, for the 2013 reboot, her birthday was changed from Valentine's Day of 1968 to Valentine's Day of 1992, so she's precisely 24 years old. 1996 saw the debut of the adventures of this young girl that came about from the creative British studio Core Design that in the past gave us the also incredibly amazing stories of Rick Dangerous that can just be her father, right? I truly believe in that possibility. Obviously, that the adventures of Indiana Jones were a huge inspiration for the designers behind the creation of such a memorable character that was recently rebooted in a game that for me is one of the best I've ever played in my whole life. And I'm simply loving Rise of the Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider was released firstly for the Sega Saturn in October of '96, followed closely by the PlayStation and DOS versions, and the fully 3D environments allied with her impressive silhouette cemented Lara's popularity right from the beginning. Toby Gard was the designer of Lara Croft herself and one of the 6 persons who started working in the Tomb Raider project back in 1993. They focused the game towards puzzle solving and stealth rather than action. The Uncharted series was just what Tomb Raider didn't want to be in the first place. So the idea for Tomb Raider came after a visit to the Tokyo Game Show that Brother Smith took. They've witnessed firsthand the bright 3D future that was around the corner provided by the new consoles that were about to arrive. So that vision, combined with Toby Gard's designs of this female protagonist and the adventurous setting of Indiana Jones and Tintin stories, originated the massive popular Tomb Raider franchise. The first sketches showed an Indiana Jones ripoff with a mustache. That was obviously and quickly rejected. So Toby went for a completely different approach, a female character. Laura Cruz was her initial name, a South American explorer specialized in ancient artifacts. As you know, third-person video games involve a lot of staring at the main character's butt, so I believe that a lady's butt is way more appealing to young players that would, with no doubt, picture it in many of their own fantasies. Then in 1996, Eidos purchased Core Design and made the final touches. They wanted a more British-like gal, so the name Laura Cruz was the first thing to be dropped, and to find a more suitable name, they grabbed the phone book and looked for something that sounded similar to Laura Cruz. That's how the name Lara Croft came to be. She was named after an English citizen from Derby, to be more precise, and got a great education and her own mansion, the Croft Manor, that was based in Core Design's own headquarters. Another final touch that, rumor says, was accidentally attained was Lara's breasts. Toby Gard was just messing around with one or two of her 250 polygons and increased her bosom by 150%. When he was getting her back to her normal state, the guys at the office saw the augmented version of Lara and stopped them right there, saying that she looked better that way. Like if I would believe that it was an accident. Yeah, right. Tomb Raider came right after Super Mario 64, selling more than 7 million copies, and was responsible for this huge shift in the video game industry. Core Design never imagined just how successful Tomb Raider would become. Lara Croft herself was seen as a pop artist and sex symbol. She appeared in a bunch of commercials and even in U2's Pop Mart tour, posed for magazines, had her own comic book series, and later Angelina Jolie was a perfect actress to play Lara's role in the big screen. Toby Gard didn't like the way Eidos was exploring Lara, so he left Core Design and completely abandoned the project right after the first game. A year after, Tomb Raider 2 was released for PC, PlayStation and Macintosh, being another huge commercial success, selling more than 8 million copies that led to Eidos' goal of releasing one Tomb Raider title per year. So in 1998 came the third chapter of Lara Croft's adventures that was not as successful as the previous title, but was considered as the pinnacle of the franchise, both artistically and creatively speaking. The team continued to release a brand new Tomb Raider game and expansions to the older ones every single year, culminating with the Angel of Darkness that was rushed to stores unfinished and filled with bugs. As part of their marketing plan, Eidos and Paramount Pictures wanted the game to be released before the premiere of the Cradle of Life movie, but because of the game's bad reviews, the fans completely ignored Lara Croft's Hollywood second venture. Core Design was exhausted, and after that Angel of Darkness incident, Eidos passed the Tomb Raider franchise to the hands of Crystal Dynamics that in 2006 achieved the impossible, reviving this apparently long-lost franchise.
That was lovely.
Toby Gard was brought in as a consultant for this new Tomb Raider legend that went on becoming a huge success, selling more than 4.5 million copies, and soon after came the confirmation of a remake of the original Tomb Raider from 1996. It was highly praised all over the press, but ended up being the least commercially successful title from the whole franchise, selling only 1.3 million copies. I truly love this remake and can't quite comprehend why it performed so poorly. Underworld followed, being the first Tomb Raider title to rely on motion capture for Lara, making her moves more fluid and natural and ending Crystal Dynamics' trilogy with style. A year after Underworld was released, Eidos Interactive was acquired by Square Enix, but the Tomb Raider franchise remained in Crystal Dynamics' trustful hands, so by 2010, Lara returns in a different fashion with the Guardian of Light, bringing back the long-lost spirit of adventure and puzzle solving so familiar to those who played the first titles of the franchise, and being praised for that both by journalists and by fans of Lara. And we've reached 2013, when Crystal Dynamics showed to the world their reinvented Lara and her fight for survival. As I said in a couple of other videos where I mentioned this game as one of my favorites ever, I can really feel in my own skin that claustrophobic setting and the imminent fear factor, and it's pretty amazing to watch Lara evolve from a fragile human being to a badass survivor. And that's what this game is able to convey, the will to survive, no matter what. And the musical score really intensifies all those feelings with heart-pounding moments, cause you know, it was written by Jason Graves, that has the Dead Space trilogy in his resume. It sold 8.5 million copies, becoming the best-selling Tomb Raider game from the whole franchise.
This was some of the most emotionally and physically draining work that I'd ever done.
In 2014, another spin-off and the sequel to The Guardian of Light arrived to stores by the name Lara Croft and the Temple of Osiris. But fans were really looking forward to the true sequel of the 2013 reboot. And that takes us to The Rise of the Tomb Raider, released firstly for the Xbox One and 360 back in 2015, and this year was also made available for the PC and PS4. Grab the PS4 20-year celebration pack that also contains the art book and the new DLC mission, and I'm truly enjoying the experience. It was considered by Time magazine as the 18th best video game of all time, and I totally agree. This title performed poorly when it was available for Microsoft's consoles back in November of 2015, probably because it was released in the same day as Fallout 4, but I'm not really sure if Rise of the Tomb Raider will surpass its predecessor, cause many PlayStation players got really angry with Crystal Dynamics' decision of releasing their brand new game exclusively for Xbox players. I simply don't care about that stuff. I love to play the 2013 reboot on my Xbox 360 and the PC, and I'm truly enjoying playing this last Tomb Raider installment on my PS4, even if it only arrived to Sony's console a year later. "20 years later, the Tomb Raider franchise is alive and kicking, so I really hope to play around with Lara 20 years in the future. Happy birthday, Lara! Many more adventures will surely come, and I truly hope that you take us all along with you." So guys, tell me in the comment section below, what's your favorite Lara Croft adventure? Are you a fan of the genre? You know that I'm a huge fan of adventure and exploration. I keep telling this to all you guys in practically every video I make. So this genre is a big deal for me. So if you've enjoyed this episode, please like, share and subscribe to It's a Pixel Thing. Feel free to check these other videos that I try to bring every week for all fans of retro and not so retro video games. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Hey guys, welcome back! Next year, Abadia Del Crimen, or the Abbey of Crime, will be 30 years old. However, this amazing gem from the golden age of Spanish video game development must be remembered every single year. So, let's take a look at one of the greatest arcade adventures ever made, for the most popular home computers of the second half of the 80s. Come on! The title, The Name of the Rose, won't say much to a younger audience, but I can say that it was a 1980s novel from Italian author Umberto Eco that was 6 years later adapted to cinema by the hands of Jean-Jacques Hano and starred by the amazing Sean Connery. Also, the movie poster was drawn by the gifted Drew Struzan, responsible for others like, for example, from the Star Wars and Indiana Jones franchises. A year later, by the end of 1987, the 23 years old Paco Menendez, along with Opera Soft, sent a request to the author of this novel to secure the rights for the name for their latest video game inspired by it. Just like David Ward from Ocean Software once stated, the key to sell games is to make them identifiable to the public. But sadly, there was no response from Echo, and consequently, the title of this game was changed to Abadia Del Crimen. As said before, this fantastic Spanish gem, published by Opera Soft, came from Paco Menendez, a genius programmer that a year before also left his mark in Surf Red, another Spanish marvel that was huge on the ZX Spectrum and kept me glued to my monochromatic screen for far too long. So Paco Menendez, along with his buddy Juan Del Can, started working together in '84 in the game Fred, the prequel to Surf Red, being both well received all over Europe. La Abadia recreates in a masterful manner the novel by Umberto Eco, pushing the Amstrad CPC to its limits, and for the ZX Spectrum was only available for 128K machines like the ones shown in one of my latest episodes. So in this game we control Fray Guillermo de Ockham, not William of Baskerville like in the novel due to the reason stated above, and along with his apprentice Atso, that can also be controlled by the player, must investigate a series of murders that took place in the Abbey. Right at the start, Fray Guillermo is welcomed by the abbot that starts explaining that a monk has disappeared. There's also certain rules that must be followed, like attending religious services and meals, and at night remain in their chambers whilst the investigation is underway. Something similar was already seen in The Great Escape from Denton Designs that I've already reviewed in the past. So we, the player, must try to solve this mystery during 7 days in this beautiful and masterfully designed isometric abbey, compliments of Juan Del Can, that by that time was a student of architecture and also drawn the cover for the game. The freedom is almost unlimited, so when we're not eating or praying, we must investigate, approaching other monks that will give us valuable clues of what's going on and who or what is responsible for all those deaths, and to successfully decipher this mystery, we must discover 5 objects in a specific day and in the correct order. If the rules of the Abbey are disobeyed, then the player's obsequium or obedience level, located at the bottom right of the screen, will drop. Try to maintain this level away from 0, otherwise you'll be expelled from the Abbey. The artificial intelligence of the other monks is really something to behold, as, and according to our behavior, they will help us, hunt us down, and even retrieve the objects that we so arduously managed to attain. Back then I was more into English and French languages than Spanish, so I found Abadia to be a tad difficult to advance, much more than The Great Escape that I've mentioned before, but I also found La Abadia del Crimen much more terrifying when we're trying to reach the library at night and the abbot is wandering around in the dark. I always avoided to play this game at night. This one was the closest we could get to a survival horror game, an astonishing accomplishment for the time. I believe that if Paco Menendez had attained the rights for the name of Echo's novel, this game would have reached the stars and be critically acclaimed across Europe and beyond, but unfortunately failed to grab commercial success, cause it was only available in Spanish language and had an official and exclusive Spanish release. Even so, it would eventually cross the border and reach Portuguese territory, cause by the end of the 80s, Portugal wasn't yet legally protecting the intellectual properties of software creators, so it was completely normal to get my hands in titles that wasn't supposed to be available in this little corner of Europe. I recall the first time I had a glimpse at this phenomenal masterpiece. It was through Micro-Obi's cover tape 44 from issue 215, published in November of '91. Yes, that's right! By then, I had already embraced the 16-bit technology, exploring the amazing capabilities of the Amiga 500, but even so, from time to time, I would try out Specky's novelties, and I simply had to try this 128K title that was only available for 8-bit machines and was praised all over the Spanish press. So the first time I loaded it, I was immediately blown away by the beauty of its graphics, the amount of detail, and its amazing plot. I needed to grab the complete version ASAP. I also recall trying to play the DOS version back then, but by the time I tried to reach the church, a digitized voice calling me pirate would sound through the PC speaker, ending the game right after. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to grab an original copy of the game. Have you seen its prices on eBay? Holy crap! Through the years, there has been some improvements to the original game, like the addition of English translations, so that players not familiar with the Spanish language could also experience the Abbey of Crime. The game achieved a huge cult following in Spain, and I must highlight the 2001 adaptation for DOS by Antonio Gonzalez, with improved 256 VGA color graphics that 3 years later ended up receiving a much anticipated 32-bit release for Windows that, besides those gorgeous graphics, incorporated also remastered sound and music, and was even subject of a news report on national TV.
El vertiginoso mundo de la informática convierte en obsoleto lo de ayer mismo, pero no necesariamente lo relega al olvido. Hay quien venera creaciones antiguas hasta el punto de respetarlas como legendarias y restaurarlas como si fueran obras de arte.
A more recent homage to this magnificent piece of programming is a recently released PC, Mac and Linux remake, Abadia Del Crimen Extensum. This beautiful tribute by Manuel Pazos and Daniel Selemin took 2 years from their free time to conclude, offering fluid animations, enhanced music. You've been listening to the soundtrack and it is included in the download, and is graphically gorgeous. Everyone who played the original must also play this reinvention of the classic. It's also in English language and completely free to play. Now, there's no excuse. Every fan of the genre must experience this plot filled with tension and mystery. To conclude this review or celebration of this amazing hidden gem from the golden age of Spanish software, here's a curious comment from Paco Menendez in an interview to Micro-Obi. I have no idea what's happening in the video game panorama. I just love making games, not playing them. Francisco Menendez Gonzalez, known in the industry as Paco Menendez, committed suicide in 1999 with only 34 years old, and his work was hailed in Commandos 2 by Gonzalo Suarez, a fellow Spanish programmer and colleague back in the OperaSoft days. He was surely a huge inspiration for many Spanish young boys that aspire to become, somehow, connected to the video game industry in the future. So guys, hope you've enjoyed my look back at one of the greatest titles from the awesome home computer era, back from the second half of the 80s. Have you played the Amstrad original or any other port? Have you already tried the recent Extensum remake? Tell me everything in the comments section below, and don't forget to like, share and subscribe to It's a Pixel Thing. Meanwhile, check my other videos available on my channel, like for instance the celebration of the 30 years of the ZX Spectrum 128K and the origins of the personal computer. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
Hey guys, welcome back! Schwarzenegger movies were my thing back in the 80s and 90s, and Total Recall is one of my favorites ever! The home computer video game based on it suffered quite a harsh development process, and recently the rolling demo of the original scrapped ZX Spectrum version was retrieved and made playable for us to try. Let's take a look!
After RoboCop, Paul Verhoeven returned 3 years later with another bone-crushing and sci-fi thriller based on a short story by Philip K. Dick, first published in April of 1966 in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. In Total Recall, a constellation of Hollywood's finest stars were hired to propel Verhoeven's masterpiece beyond the infinite. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sharon Stone, Michael Ironside, Rachel Ticotin and Ronnie Cox were just a few that helped to bring Dick's story to the big screen. Obviously, that Ocean Software would grab the license to develop the home computer versions of Total Recall for the Amiga, Atari ST, Commodore 64, Amstrad CPC and the ZX Spectrum that would place it right into second place in UK video game charts. A completely distinct NES port was also developed by Interplay, that were hired by Acclaim and more focused in the original story than on the movie in which it was based. It was released in August of 1990, right after the movie's premiere, and Nintendo Power even held a contest in where the first prize would be a Martian police uniform and a trip to Hollywood, with the chance to meet Schwarzenegger himself. Later, the magazine admitted that it was their worst promotion ever, cause the winner of the contest only had the chance of a quick handshake more than a year after the promotion ended. All over the internet, gamers are unanimous, stating that this is one of the worst games on the system and one of the worst ever made. And I can only agree with those judgments. It's a complete disrespect towards the amazing movie in which it was supposed to be based. As told in many of my videos, Ocean Software was one of the greatest and most respected British software houses, and Simon Butler one of its finest artists, with renowned work on the graphics for the ZX Spectrum version of the Never-Ending Story and for designing the C64 version of Platoon. In late 80s, Simon and other colleagues were foreseeing the end of the 8-bit era and were excited to move forward and grab the 16-bit technology with, like Portuguese people would say, nails and teeth. So in one of those weekly downstairs meetings, he politely formulated the question of when was Ocean moving onto the 16-bit machines? The answer was Ocean will not be developing 16-bit titles. Simon Butler resigned that same day. After he received that answer, he went to work at another studio to develop 16-bit titles. At the moment of his resignation, he was working on the sprites for the C64 version of RoboCop. Then Stephen Thompson stepped into the vacancy and ended up finishing and further develop all the graphics for the amazing C64 RoboCop game that we all know. So as said, after Ocean, Simon Butler went on working for a team that shortly after ran into financial problems and he found himself looking for work once again. It was during this period that he applied for a position at an unknown company in Manchester by the name Active Minds. They were new to the industry with only 2 titles in the works, Gaza 2 and Total Recall. Simon realized on day 1 that the product was doomed. The lead artist was not in the office when Simon started at Active Minds, so he had 2 days to look at his design document, which was one of the worst things he had ever read. Simon also checked out the existing graphics and they were terrible also, so he went to the coding department. Active Minds has been working on the game for at least 2 months and had produced absolutely nothing. Something was wrong. The boss of the company thought things were proceeding fantastically and was very proud of his team. Even the producer from Ocean was strangely proud of the progress. It was when Simon Butler realized that the team did not know what they were doing, and the producer was reporting complete lies back to Gary Bracey at Ocean by saying that the game was amazing and everything was going smoothly. The lead artist finally came into the office the next week, and after a quick chat with him, Simon realized he was a complete idiot and that he was taking advantage of a boss who knew nothing about game development. He was getting paid and giving nothing in return. By the way, he was also smoking dubious things in the office and in plain sight. So because of this, he was told to leave, and if he didn't, Simon was quite prepared to call the police and report him for possession of illegal drugs and have him arrested on the spot. So he left. Simon Butler became lead artist the next day and immediately told the coding team that they could leave anytime they wanted if they didn't like the situation. The days of sitting around and doing nothing were over. It was time to really get their hands dirty and earn their salaries. Simon contacted Mark R. Jones that worked on the ZX Spectrum version that became the demo bundled with Spanish Micro Obi issue 204. Things were still not making sufficient progress. Their boss was getting in the way and the Ocean producer was making life very difficult. It was when Simon Butler attempted to explain matters to his boss at Active Minds. As Simon stated, he too was an idiot, and he did not understand how much trouble he was in if this title was not completed. Simon Butler ended up resigning and immediately ran into the office of Ocean Software, where he met with Gary Bracey, informing him of the situation, but Gary told Simon that he was wrong. Ocean's producer had been giving Gary weekly updates and ensured him that the project was on schedule and looking great. Simon Butler insisted that the producer was a liar and looking to get Gary Bracey into trouble and possibly even get his job when Total Recall was not completed. Gary again said that Simon was mistaken, but even so, asked him to wait in his office while he went across to Active Minds to check himself the progress of the game. An hour later, Gary returned looking very ill and worried and asked Simon what he could do to rescue the game. Simon answered that if he allowed him to choose from Ocean coders and artists, he could promise that the game would be completed. One last condition was, if he succeeded, he would like to return to Ocean as a full-time employee. If he failed, Gary could happily escort him out of the building and never lay his eyes on him. A lot of effort was put into saving this original concept for both the 16 and 8-bit versions of Total Recall, but Ocean ended up realizing that it was going to miss completely the Christmas rush and their hopes of having a #1 hit for that highly lucrative period, so they've ordered for the CPC and ZX Spectrum versions to be brought in-house and be developed from scratch. and the team had only 2 weeks to pull it off, now aiming for a release alongside the VHS tape.
2 weeks!
And I can say that they indeed pulled that one off. They completed all 3 8-bit versions for the Christmas release. The 16-bit versions were completed after Christmas. Simon Butler and his team worked over the Christmas period, and after 3.5 weeks of hard work, gave the #1 hit that Ocean wanted for that holiday season. A bit late, I know, but ended up receiving praise all over the press, and by May of '91 reached the #2 on British charts. A few journalists even stated in their respective reviews that the Amstrad CPC and ZX Spectrum versions of Total Recall they received were totally different from the ones they previewed a few months before. Spanish Microobi, totally dedicated to the ZX Spectrum, was the only magazine to bundle a rolling demo of version 1 of Total Recall on cover tape 29 from issue 204, published in November of 1990. Inside we can read a full review, not a preview, a review of that version, and I can't simply understand how they could publish a full review of a broken and unfinished game. Recently, 27 years later, that same demo was hacked by Adrian Singh, also known as Mr. Poke from Sinclair User Magazine, and this now playable demo lets players access areas and items that were hidden in the rolling demo. It's obviously incomplete, but it's definitely something that European home computer enthusiasts from the 80s and early 90s will recall with nostalgia. Back to the final ZX Spectrum and Amstrad CPC versions that were made in 3.5 weeks, received, as said, praise from all over the place. Gamers, fans, magazine reviewers, everyone was unanimous in considering these 8-bit brand new and completely different versions of Total Recall way better than the C64 ports and even the original 16-bit Amiga and ST games developed by Active Minds. It's really awesome to recall so many years later these little stories behind the development of certain titles from the 8 and 16-bit era, and even uncover certain mysteries, and in this particular case make the ZX Spectrum rolling demo of Total Recall totally playable. By that time, things were starting to change. The advent of the 16-bit technology and the need of releasing the game simultaneously with the premiere of the movie was starting to frighten a lot of people dedicated almost exclusively to that side of the business. Games needed to be planned in advance, and way more people had to be hired to meet all those deadlines. So guys, this wraps up yet another amazing story from the early 90s, and if you've enjoyed this episode of It's a Pixel Thing, please like, share, subscribe and leave a comment that I will most certainly answer it. In the meanwhile, feel free to check my latest videos and all my other content available on my channel. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Hey guys, welcome back! This is the perfect time to review Maldita Castilla, also known as Cursed Castilla, this extended and limited PS4 physical release. So, are you ready to go back to the glory of arcade times? Let's take a look. As you know, I spent most of my teenage years around arcades. I would venture into those obscure and smoke-infested places just like if it was my second home. Ghosts and Goblins and its sequel Ghouls and Ghosts were titles that always attracted players due to its ambience, playability and audiovisual environment. So, Loco Malito, or Juan Becerra, the Spanish developer behind this jam, was inspired mainly by that classic from 1985, and as stated on his own page, he's graduated in the arcade rooms, and his goal is to create new old-looking games. For that, he gathers all the bits from his favorite arcade classics and implements those into his creations. Pixel art, chiptunes and intense action are the three main ingredients of Loco Malito's games. Prior to Maldita Castilla, and besides others, he offered us the following amazing gems. And these are all free-to-play games. All this was made in his spare time, at night, cause, you know, life happens. But he doesn't work alone. Those amazing tunes were composed by a talented dude known as Gryzor87, and the fabulous promo illustrations and cover art were created by Marek Barej. Just like all the previous titles mentioned, Maldita Castilla was originally developed for PC back in 2012 as a free-to-play game, and in 2016 arrived to the Xbox One and PS4 digital stores in a definitive and extended version, firstly in the United States and a few months later in Europe. I was already playing around with the PC free-to-play version since I came across it on a forum a couple years ago, and Idora was another game from Loco Malito that really grabbed my attention and kind of woke up my passion for the old days of video gaming. This gem even helped on kickstarting my YouTube channel, so thank you so much, Loco Malito. That's why the Spanish industry has a place of honor on It's a Pixel Thing. Maldita Castilla is obviously and mainly inspired by the aesthetics of the Ghost series, but its plot is highly focused in Spanish history and mythology, in where the Kingdom of Castile is haunted by hordes of demonic creatures set free by an ancient demon. The action takes place around the year 1081, and King Alfonso VI orders his knights Don Ramiro, Quesada, Mendoza and Don Diego to travel to Tolomera with the goal of rescuing the kingdom from the claws of those evil entities mentioned earlier. Besides that, it's also based on a 16th century Spanish novel by the name Amadís de Gaula and packed with references to other old arcade games like Black Tiger, Shinobi, Rygar, Karnov, Tiger Road and Trojan, just to name a few. Gladly, the extreme difficulty of its older and spiritual brothers was completely left aside. The first level even functions as a sort of tutorial to set the mood of things to come and to get players familiarized with the controls. It also features 4 different endings, but many factors must be taken into consideration if we even want to have a glimpse to the final level. There's a ton of different enemies and attacks, but there's also something about Maldita Castilla that simply doesn't fall into the abyss of frustration like many others in the genre. The controls are pretty damn solid, and the action is fast and furious, and in some bosses, trial and error is a perfect thing, and by the time we understand the enemy's pattern, we're in business and ready to tackle another wave of terror and destruction. And the more enemies we slain, the more powers we are able to harvest to finally get the much appreciated double jump. Back in April of 2017, a physical PS4 release and limited to 3,000 copies was announced and made available through Play Asia, and I was lucky enough to grab copy number 641 for my game room. But as you know, my luck ran out when the item was held in customs here in Portugal, even so, and after being held for over 4 months, it was finally delivered at my doorstep. Check my video where I explained in detail what happened and do a sort of unboxing of this amazing edition. A special word goes to the soundtrack that, by the way, comes bundled in a real CD and that I've already ripped to MP3 format and simply goes everywhere I go. It was created using the iconic 3-channel YM2203 sound chip developed by Yamaha that left a huge mark in those glory days not only on the arcades but also on a bunch of NEC computers throughout the 80s and early 90s. Please visit locomalito.com to grab all these goodies for PC and a bunch other platforms. If you love these new old looking games, you've came to the right place. Compared with its original 2012 release, this extended version has a few changes here and there, 8 levels instead of 6, 19 bosses instead of 14, and extra display options for aspect ratio, CRT effects, and an arcade marquee. It's totally worth it and was only possible with a huge help from the publisher Abbey Light Studios that just announced a 4,000 physical and limited release for the PS Vita. So guys, hope you've enjoyed this episode, and to grab all my future content, don't forget to click that bell icon so that you're notified when a new video becomes available. Also, don't forget to like, to comment, to share, and to subscribe to It's a Pixel Thing. In the meanwhile, check these other videos and all the others available on my channel. They will certainly bring awesome memories of the good old glory days of video gaming. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next episode.
Hey guys, welcome back! 25 years ago, a tiny and basic character animation led to one of the greatest video games ever made. So, let's take a look at Lemmings and blow the candles from its birthday cake.
Let's go!
What started being just a simple character animation made in Deluxe Paint by DMA design employee Mike Daly turned into one of the best video games ever made. DMA Design, that stands for Direct Memory Access, was working on this new title for the Amiga, Walker. They were in the need of little human soldiers for the Walker mech to kill, so freelance artist Scott Johnston designed little characters inside a 16 by 16 pixel box. However, Mike Daly quickly stated that he could make those even tinier. So, within an hour, he drawn and animated these blue-haired little 8x8 pixel characters, assisted by Gary Timmons, who also added some graphical improvements and removed the stiffness in the animation itself. Lemmings was born, and a PC demo version by Russell Kay was shown to Psygnosis at the annual Personal Computer World Trade Show back in September of 1989. Sponsored by the highly popular Personal Computer World magazine. It was also Kay who came up with the name Lemmings. By then, it was hard for Psygnosis to see potential in that little PC demo and showed little or any interest at all on publishing it. By the way, it was due to PC's EGA limited 16-color palette that the Lemmings characters got the colors that they are recognized today as one of the cutest little creatures ever created for a video game. So during the following months, DMA continued designing Lemmings without a publisher. As you know, the game is based in the suicidal tendencies of the lemming race, but that's a myth. For many years, people believed that when lemmings migrate, they would jump off cliffs and drown trying to cross huge and wide stretches of water. That myth was fabricated by Disney Studios back in the 50s in their documentary White Wilderness. Lemmings are natural from Alaska, and that documentary was filmed in Canada, and the images seen in the film of lemmings tumbling down a cliff into the ocean was one more gruesome act of the human race. Disney's filmmakers brought lemmings from their natural habitat, and they were the ones that pushed those poor lemmings into the ocean, as Canadian producer Brian Valley discovered back in 1983 in his investigation. So the designers of Lemmings based themselves in that image of the supposed suicidal behavior of the race. And in the game, we see a bunch of lemmings entering the stage through a trapdoor and begin carelessly marching around without any sense for danger. So it's up to us to show them the safest route to the end of the level, even if for that we have to sacrifice a few. There's various roles that we can assign to the lemmings to help them continue their migration in one piece, from diggers to floaters, and from blockers to miners and climbers. And the levels were designed by practically everyone who was working for the game, cause the level editor was so simple to use that everyone could contribute. Its friendly user interface, similar to Deluxe Paint, allowed quick level design and even competition between the programmers and designers working at DMA. Now, with an almost finished playable version of Lemmings, Psygnosis promptly declared interest in publishing this highly original and addictive game. Released firstly on Valentine's Day of 1991 for the Amiga, this was the perfect gift to offer to every boyfriend that was into video gaming. But it also helped turning many girlfriends into gamers. So, this puzzle, strategy and action game sold on its first day and for the Amiga only 55,000 copies. An astonishing accomplishment for that time. Lemmings crossed practically all generations of computer systems and consoles, and is known as the most widely ported video game ever. The expansion Oh No More Lemmings and the two following sequels, Lemmings 2 The Tribes and All New World of Lemmings, are also extremely well made, but the first one, for its originality only, is simply my favorite Amiga game ever made. My copy came bundled with my Amiga 500 and sadly, I just have the disc and this small manual. For many years that fans demanded a level editor for Lemmings. There were a couple for PC users and exclusively for the PC version of the game, but the official one came only in 2006 by the hands of Team 17 on a PSP version of Lemmings. The MA design is nowadays known as Rockstar North, so that means that the minds behind Lemmings are also responsible for the continuous best-selling titles of the Grand Theft Auto franchise and the amazing Red Dead Redemption from 2010. So guys, which is your favorite game from the Lemmings franchise? And what is, in your opinion, the best system to play this type of games? Tell me on the comment section below and share your own experiences. Also like, share and subscribe to the pixelthing. And while you're at it, check these videos and all the others available on my channel. Thank you very much for watching and I'll see you all next week.
So, can you tell me why you decided to create such a controversial video game for the ZX Spectrum, knowing that most of its audience would be youngsters?
I never knew the dimension that this thing would take. I was just making something based on an urban myth, a subject that was really hot back in 1985.
Hot, I'll say. Did you make any money out of it?
Not really. I believe that it was the most pirated video game in Portugal, like, ever.
Hey guys, welcome back! So for Halloween and for episode 69, let's take a look at Paradise Café. 30 years ago I was only 10 and I recall seeing this cover at one of my local ZX Spectrum resellers, but never had the courage to buy it, cause it had this kind of rating system that I believe was the very first time I saw this sort of thing on a video game. And it worked! It stopped me right there. Quickly it spread like a virus, copies were found all over the place. Every single one of my friends that back then had a Spectrum had also a copy of Paradise Café. So, what's this game all about? Well, by its cover we can expect something like playing some poker on a nightclub while watching some girls dancing, just like in Duke Nukem 3D. You can't be more wrong. It is where DMA Design, nowadays Rockstar North, got the inspiration for its hot coffee mod for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. It's the Portuguese version of Leisure Suit Larry, but with a giant red circle on the top right of the screen. So we watch this dude walking from left to right in this endless street, going from door to door. People eventually interact with us and a nice conversation can take place. To interact back at them, we simply have to press a keyboard key like S for yes and N for no. We start the game with plenty of money on our pocket and a huge slice of confidence, but that confidence can abruptly fall to the ground if this ninja-like burglar rips you off. It will be wise to discover first the real Paradise Café, in where we can purchase a gun and other illicit substances. Now we're in business. If that burglar appears asking for light, just erase him from the face of the earth. That way we can also jump to the other side and rob old ladies, take their money or something else. Another important character in Paradise Café is this girl that has the oldest job in the world and the tendency to invite us for some naughty stuff inside her apartment, in exchange, obviously, for some money in 1985's currency. The game ends if we're arrested right after we've been robbed and our money and ID stolen. And if we're out of money and ran into that nice lady that invites us inside to play some Scrabble without paying, well, Reinaldo comes in and, well, comes in. Paradise Café is the most famous Portuguese video game ever made and, as stated above, the most pirated ever, cause it was intended for adults. It was perfectly obvious that every young boy who in 1985 had a ZX Spectrum 48K would find a way to get their hands on one of the most gossiped pieces of software. If you've watched the amazing documentary From Bedrooms to Billions, you know that in the first half of the 80s, ZX Spectrum video games were being developed by young kids on their own bedrooms, and I believe that Paradise Café was also one example of that, but in Portugal, made by a Portuguese and exclusively in Portuguese language, under the name or brand Damata. Even nowadays, no one really knows who Damata is or was. The creator of that controversial and hilarious game never came forward. I believe that whoever made it is nowadays a public figure and simply wants to keep Paradise Café buried in the past, but even so, it is still part of that huge ZX Spectrum library of more than 24,000 titles. Besides the magnetic attraction effect that the little stamp on its cover has on young kids, only comparable to the also controversial Gina magazine that was always strategically placed alongside with audio cassettes and video games, the commercial failure of the most pirated game of all time in Portugal was also due to an urban myth that was extremely popular back in 1985. As you probably know, Benfica is the most widely supported football or soccer club in the world, and according to that myth, one of its top players was back then Reinaldo, one of the non-playable characters in Paradise Café. So Reinaldo meets this girl, a singer from a very popular Portuguese girls band, and after experimenting some weird Kama Sutra stuff, she ended up at the hospital. So in the game be very careful, cause if you're confronted with Reinaldo, well, it's gonna hurt. Back in 1985, no one really cared about the contents of Paradise Café. There was no jury or official intervention that could somehow prevent a title like this to be sold next to Dynamite, then Commando, or even Back to School. Even a 14-year-old could pick the game up and no one would even ask if he was old enough to play it. Those were the 80s. Hope you've enjoyed episode 69 of the PixelThing. The ZX Spectrum days have so many awesome and also awkward moments, so stay tuned, more will come. Comment, like, subscribe and watch my latest videos and all the others available on my channel. Thank you very much for watching and I'll see you all next week. Hey guys, welcome back! The Secret of Monkey Island is turning 25 years this month, and I've just got here my copy, so let's celebrate the birthday of one of the greatest point-and-click adventures ever made. This Kix XL 1993 re-release of The Secret of Monkey Island wasn't my first copy of the game. The very first time I tried this title was with pirated floppies that were duplicated in a perfectly normal and legit electronics and computer store, utilizing that useful tool known as Xcopy. In late 80s and in the city I live in, it was really hard to grab original games. There weren't many local resellers specialized in this sort of thing, and I recall seeing original games only by around 1991. Till then, and since the glorious ZX Spectrum days, piracy was all around. But even for the Spectrum, we could find almost perfect copies, with an amazing quality. So, around 1990, when I was all around over the Amiga, I was always anxious to go to school, cause that was the place where I could grab the latest hits. One of those days in late 1990, just before Christmas, one of my friends at school passed over 4 discs during the computer class, and it had this curious phrase written in all of them: "The Secret of Monkey Island." And I remember thinking, what a strange title for a game. Is it about monkeys? By then, I wasn't buying any specialized Amiga magazine and had never heard about this game or practically any other point-and-click adventure. I recall seeing someone playing Maniac Mansion on a PC in a computer fair a few years prior to the release of The Secret of Monkey Island, but never grabbed my complete attention. I think that I just got a bit curious about using the mouse to pick objects and interact with things on screen. So I asked my friend what was this game all about, and he said, you know, you need to use the mouse to control this pirate and go doing stuff around this island. Yeah, right. That sounds boring, but thanks anyway. In that lovely afternoon, came home after school, did my homework and placed disc 1 on the drive. My eyes just popped out when I first heard the game's intro music and saw that mysterious mountain with little flashing lights. And you know that I just love adventure and exploration. Needless to say that I went to bed really late that night. It's a bit silly to describe the game, cause I'm pretty sure that even if you haven't played The Secret of Monkey Island, you've already heard all about it. We play as Guybrush Threepwood, that was named after a deluxe paint brush file placeholder, Guy.brush. So Guybrush wants to become a pirate, and to fulfill that dream, he embarks in this huge adventure that starts in the Melee Island. Collecting unusual objects will turn Guybrush into a skilled pirate, and just then we can crew a ship and add sail to the mysterious Monkey Island. Sword fighting is a common thing among pirates, but in this game we win these battles by insulting the opponent. I don't know how much grog Gilbert, Grossman and Schaefer drank while developing this game, but I can imagine that it was quite a lot. The Secret of Monkey Island is one of the most hilarious titles ever made, and we can't simply die in this game. Well, only if we stay underwater for more than 10 minutes. The designers just wanted to do a completely different experience than the ones that players had while playing, for instance, Sierra's adventure games of the time, where if we did anything wrong, we just end up dead. The Scum engine was a complete revolution, putting aside that command line system that would completely scare non-English speaking players who didn't master the language. So this point-and-click intuitive system simply allows us to enjoy the whole story and forget about guessing the game's vocabulary. Needless to say that from Maniac Mansion, the very first Scum video game, to The Secret of Monkey Island, many things were tweaked and improved, making this game's story one of the most fondly remembered by gamers. To create such an immersive game world and related story, Ron Gilbert drank again some grog. Nah, just kidding. He drank inspiration from Errol Flynn pirate movies, Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean theme park ride, and Tim Power's 1988 book on Stranger Tides. With these three things as an example, Ron Gilbert, Tim Schafer and Dave Grossman worked hard to come up with such a satisfying plot that could entertain even the most unhappy and grumpy players around. I need to also mention the amazing cover art of The Secret of Monkey Island made by Steve Purcell. It's something quite unique, mysterious and absorbing that, just by looking at it, has the power to make us fly and imagine right away a huge and perilous adventure surrounded by death and romance. Yeah, I believe that I was right about the romance, but not so much about death and peril. And speaking of Steve Purcell, let's not forget the abandoned Monkey Island animated movie that in 2000 was already in development by Lucasfilm and Industrial Light and Magic, but was unfortunately cancelled. These Purcell's concept art sketches are all that was left from that attempt. And you're probably guessing, this cancellation opened the doors for the Pirates of the Caribbean movies that, besides the inspiration on that same ride from Disney's own theme park, the ambience and even the film's characters have huge similarities to the Monkey Island franchise. Just take a good look at LeChuck and Captain Teague. There's an obvious resemblance here. Also, the fourth Pirates of the Caribbean movie is based on Tim Power's book on Stranger Tides, exactly the same book that served as inspiration for the Secret of Monkey Island game back in 1988, when Ron Gilbert started developing it. So, if you still have that childhood dream of dressing up as a pirate, here's your chance to do just that, but without being annoyed or laughed at. And the only question here that really needs an answer is whether or not, after 25 years, The Secret of Monkey Island is still worth playing. Yes, it is, but the 1992 CD-ROM edition for DOS, with an improved high-quality CD soundtrack, or adding a hard disk to your Amiga, so that you can avoid that dreadful disk swapping that somewhat ruins the experience. That was how I played it, swapping disc after disc. After finishing it, I promised myself to only play this type of games on the PC, and by 1993, when I got my IBM 486 DX2, played the game once again, and that was when I fell in love with the genre, being completely absorbed by it, and later by Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis and Day of the Tentacle, this one developed by those same crazy folks that created the Monkey Island and Maniac Mansions universe. But if you haven't got the patience for getting The Secret of Monkey Island to run on your Amiga, or don't wanna restore your old DOS machine, but even so want to try it out, there's an updated 2009 special edition which incorporates voice acting, more sound effects, redone music and beautifully hand-drawn graphics. It's even better than the original. The relaxed nature of point-and-click adventure games was a breath of fresh air for players that were tired of violent and fast-paced action games. Not having to worry about extra lives or credits was something quite uncommon, and facing challenging puzzles was always seen as kind of didactical, even if most of them were solved with a crazy and stupid combination of items. 25 years have passed, and it seems like I was playing this game just yesterday. Actually, I was. Okay, never mind. The Secret of Monkey Island is an intemporal title that will prevail in video gaming history as one of the most important and most beloved pieces of software that really launched the point-and-click adventure genre, even if it died in the beginning of the new millennium. I hope you've enjoyed this look back at a title that deserved a final chapter, made by the same designers from the first two games of the Monkey Island franchise. I wasn't very impressed with the later games and wished that Ron Gilbert would once again take over the reins. So guys, place your thoughts below, like, share and subscribe to the pixelthing for more awesome memories from the golden age of video gaming. And while you're at it, click on these examples, sit back, relax and enjoy those and all the other videos available on my channel. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
Hey guys, welcome back! 11 years before the Metroidvania label was even thought of, there was this title that unknowingly gave birth to that subgenre. Let's explore the universe and development around the sacred armor of Antiriad.
Earth 2086. A world on the brink of collapse. Weapons of total destruction were mobilized.
Incoming alert! Incoming alert!
The retaliation was swift and deadly. The ravaged planet was plunged into a nuclear winter. Centuries passed, and from the chaos emerged a new race, strong and resilient. The people came to know a simple and peaceful life. But one day, out of the skies, an invasion force from another world. The attack was swift and savage. Their weapons were sophisticated and they showed no mercy. Filled with grief at so much death, the people fought back bravely. But bravery was not enough. All remaining able-bodied men were set to work mining the planet's valuable ore, while the tyrants ruled from their stronghold deep inside the volcano. The elders plotted to overthrow the oppressors, and they hid newborn male children and raised them in secret camps, teaching them ancient battle arts. One stood out as a champion. His name, Tal.
Tal, you have been chosen as the one who will save our race. You have heard the legends of the sacred armor. Now is the time to bring it back from the dead. You must brave the horrors of the evil forest, find the sacred armor, and use it to destroy the power center of the tyrants. You are our only hope. And this is the premise of the sacred armor of Antiriad. As you can see, comics were a source for creativeness from the team behind this title, and Dan Malone, the designer responsible for it, that had never touched a home computer before, made this 16-page comic book himself to come bundled with the game. But the very first thing that we think of when looking at its box art is the obvious inspiration on Iron Maiden's logo. Dan Malone had just finished college and computer games were a completely new thing to him. However, an advert from Palace Software asking for an artist with no previous experience with computers caught his eye. He then started working with sprites for Cauldron 2 on the Amstrad and realized that things had advanced quite a bit from the early days of video gaming. Rapidly, the ideas for Antiriad started to emerge. Then Malone's colleagues pointed out some titles for him to play, so that he had an idea of what people were playing and what could be possible to accomplish. So in the end, and being a huge fan of 2000 AD style comics, he designed a game with high-tech references on a post-Holocaust world with a mythical theme. In this platform arcade adventure maze type of game set in the year 2086, we control Tal, this Tarzan boy that runs around like the wind, trying to find the Antiriad suit that will protect him from the volcano's radiation, destroy the alien citadel, and save his people from slavery. But the suit only is useless without the anti-gravity boots that allows him to levitate. Once airborne, the size of this immense maze will unveil itself. The atmosphere created by the bundled comic book is enhanced by the graphics, which were among the most eye-catching and detailed to be seen on all 8-bit home computers for which the game was created. Huge sprites were used with superb smooth animation, and even Tal's hair waves as he runs, jump and hurl the many rocks, knocking out the aliens. After we've located the suit, we can activate it by simply standing in front of it. This will bring to life the control panel on the bottom of the screen, showing important data like, for instance, armor energy levels, the main character's stamina, and the suit's component indicator that tells us how many parts are still missing for us to be able to use it on its full amplitude. All components are of extreme importance. The gravity displacer, aforementioned as anti-gravity boots, the pulsar beam, laser fire to blast the alien droids, the particle negator, a force field to protect the suit from radiation, and the implosion mine that we'll be using to destroy the generator room. Once with all the components, it's time to head down to the aliens' base, plant the implosion mine and blow them back to outer space. In October of 1986, Palace Software released this game. 60 days earlier, in August, Metroid was made available in Japan for the Famicom Disk System. In September, and also for the Famicom Disk System, Akumaju Dracula, also known as Castlevania, was as well released in Japan. Despite the similarities of gameplay between these games, at that time it was impossible to the developers of these particular games know about each other. So it was a complete coincidence. The NES PAL versions of Metroid and Castlevania only arrived in UK a lot later, in January and in December of '88 respectively. So this side-scrolling game, which features staggered open-world progression dependent on item acquisition, was unknowingly the very first Metroidvania type of game. Antiriad was also distributed a year later in the US by Epix and over the name Red Warrior, available for the Commodore 64 and 128, Apple II and MS-DOS. In 1988, the game was also converted to the TRS-80 color computer. Graphically stunning, brilliantly programmed and nearly faultless, the Sacred Armor of Antiriad offers considerable scope for exploration, being a must for all mapping freaks and the very start of a subgenre that should have been labeled as Antirioidvania. Sadly, on the ZX Spectrum side, there's no 128K version of this game. The presence of a tune on the background while playing would have added a bit more drama and suspense to this already staggering game. However, the title music composed by Richard Joseph is, on the Commodore 64, one of the best tunes ever made for that system. So guys, here you have it, the very first Metroidvania title that its creators developed without any knowledge that games like Metroid and Castlevania were about to be released, cause back then there was no Google to translate Japanese video game news on the fly. For them at Palace Software, those two Famicom exclusive titles didn't exist. And when you have designers with similar influences from science fiction and comic books, the result can be, as seen, comparable. If you've enjoyed this episode of the PixelThing, share, subscribe, like and watch my latest videos that I bring every week to the best fans of retro gaming around the world. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week. Hey guys, welcome back! Some box covers are pretty, others quite controversial, and others that are both. That's the case with Game Over from Spanish developer Dynamic Software. Let's take a look at what made this title so popular in 1987. Luis Royo is a Spanish artist responsible for many astonishing fantasy illustrations published in so many media formats that range from art books and magazines all through music CD covers and video games. So in 1987, and in that last area, Dynamic Software hired Royo to create the artwork for their latest title that was about to be released, Game Over. Adverts on magazines not only in Spain but also in France and the United Kingdom was all around, and in this last country the drawing had a huge negative impact because of the offending portrayal of this awesomely gorgeous girl that was showing more than it would be probably allowed. The game was being published by Imagine Software, and it caused a huge controversial wave of negative feedback that also helped selling the game. Game Over is an amazing action run-and-gun platformer by Ignacio Ruiz, also known as Nacho, where we play as Arcos, a mega Terminator once faithful to the beautiful and evil Princess Gremla. Yes, that one. Our mission is to kill her and put an end to her cruel and oppressive leadership. To do that, we need to fight our way through this linear prison planet called Ipsis, engaging these hordes of enemies and reach the end where a ship will transport us to the next planet. Once arrived into this new world, the planet Scan, the challenge is bigger and not as linear as the first one. Gladly, instead of grenades, we manage to get a giant laser which destroys all that crosses our path. Unfortunately, this laser is limited. Planet Scan is divided into two stages, the forest and the palace. We must be very careful not to drown in the first one, so we must avoid the lakes at all costs. Once arrived in the palace, there are elevators that takes us, you guessed it, to different floors. Be aware of mines that are scattered around the palace and will obviously explode when touched. But before we slay the evil princess, let's take a deeper look into her controversial portrait. That original artwork appeared 3 years earlier on a cover of Heavy Metal, an American science fiction and fantasy comics magazine that is around since April of 1977. Because of its adult illustrated fantasy content, there was never any type of fuss around its cover's possible visual disturbance. But when that same drawing ended up on an inlay of a ZX Spectrum, Amstrad CPC, MSX and Commodore 64 video game intended for kids, and with Imagine's quality seal, the negative impact was huge. Nonetheless, it also helped to sell lots of copies. Something had to be done quickly to reduce that negative impact that Game Over's cover made in the United Kingdom, even after a huge poster had been offered to the readers of issue 21 of Your Sinclair magazine. That meant that almost every bedroom in UK had a Game Over poster with Princess Gremla in all her glory. Retailers demanded that cassette and disc inlays started being printed with Dynamic's logo on top of the offending nipple, and as well in some covers with a screenshot of the game itself. At the same time, art editor of Crash magazine Ollie Frey was working over the original Ruiz Royo artwork, placing a kind of steel plate, putting an end to the controversy. Kind of. Game Over ended up winning the award for Best Advert and Best Video Game Cover of the Year by readers of Crash magazine. The game was also available for DOS, but only in Spain. This port was developed by Pedro Sudon and has graphics taken directly from the ZX Spectrum version. I'll soon be covering with more detail this topic about video game cover art from mid-80s to early 90s that was, for me, the most incredible and competitive era with so many great artists leaving their mark in the video game industry. Hope you've enjoyed this episode of the pixelthing, and if you did, just check my video about Spanish developer Toposoft and publisher Herbe Software. And if you have 1 hour of spare time, also check my E3 20-year retrospective. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
Hey guys, welcome back! Here's another great example of how in late 80s and early 90s the Amiga was simply the best machine to play video games. Wolfchild is a frenetic action platformer with 5 huge levels that contemplates us with astonishing graphics and inspiring music. Let's take a look, shall we?
The year was 1992 when Core Design released another awesome title. This time around, the Atari ST was the chosen platform to develop another outstanding piece of software, but it's on the Amiga that this title really shines. I even consider it to be an hidden gem, cause every time I talk to my friends about it, no one really knows it. For the ones that never played Wolfchild, well, you should. The game was created by Simon Phipps, the designer of Rick Dangerous, and best known for providing that hilarious scream of death. The audio department was in the good hands of Martin Iveson, renowned artist of the original Tomb Raider musical score. As said before, Wolfchild was originally released for the Atari ST and the Amiga, and later ported to every single Sega machine, the Master System, Game Gear, Mega Drive Genesis, Sega CD, and also for the Super Nintendo, being this last one the only console version that you should play, mainly for its amazing parallax scrolling graphics and great music. Obviously inspired from comic book art, which Simon Phipps is a huge fan. The characters' animations, sprites and colorful background graphics are simply amazing. The game features a pretty nice intro where we get to know the reasons that made Europe's vocalist Joey Tempest to submit himself to a biotechnological experiment that his father was working on before being kidnapped. The experiment gives our hero the ability to transform him into a wolf-human hybrid that has special attack techniques that may defeat the Chimera organization. The scientists' research was the main objective of the Chimera organization that aims to rule the world with their own breed of hybrid beings. But Joey Tempest is in the move and on its to slay down all of those nasty creatures and rescue his father. The action takes place over 5 amazing and beautifully designed multi-directional levels. In the first one, we're on this massive spaceship hovering over the clouds and taking down some stubborn bird-like bad guys. Second level is set in an Endor-style forest and we're faced against a horde of lizard beasts and nasty carnivorous plants. The third level is a sort of Aztec temple filled with insect warriors that we must kill in our way to Chimera's laboratories. And once there, we come across a mishmash of half-finished mutants and failed experiments which burst forth from their own incubator containers. Amazing stuff, to say the least. As we progress, power-up items are laying around just waiting to be picked up. These items will give us the ability to change into a sort of werewolf with some badass weaponry. Apart from the first level that functions as an appetizer to warm up the player, making us believe that we're this great undefeatable beast, all the others are quite long and maze-like, filled with platforms and nasty enemies in which we're invited to explore and search carefully for extra hidden pickups and bonuses, shortcuts and secret rooms that are scattered through this fabulous scenario, just waiting for us to discover. Obviously, in the end of each one, there's a nicely drawn boss that, in the Super Nintendo version, has pretty nice new and fancy animations when they appear on screen. So, to progress into the next level, we just need to hit them a several number of times in order for them to explode. The sheer speed at which things happen forces us to keep moving, making Wolfchild a super fast-paced game. Technically superb, with its awesome atmospheric graphics, lightning effects and smooth scrolling, Wolfchild is highly recommended to all fans of shoot-'em-up platforming action. And if you enjoyed this episode of the PixelThing, please consider subscribing to be the first to grab all my upcoming videos. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week. Oh hey guys, welcome back. In this awesome platform game, we embark on a quest as the first samurai in the history of ancient Japan. Our master has been killed by the Demon King, who has escaped to the future. It is our job to hunt down the creep and avenge the death of our fallen master. Let's take a look. Late 80s and early 90s were packed with martial arts movies. Jean-Claude Van Damme, Steven Seagal, Michael Dudikoff, and the most fearsome mustache of all time, just to name a few, were my favorite martial artists. Obviously, the video game industry followed this trend with the awesome Last Ninja and Shadow Dancer. The first samurai successfully brought to home consoles and computers of the time those flesh-cutting sword fights and mystique that Oriental culture always transpired. Originally developed in 1991 by Vivid Image for the Amiga, the first Samurai was so successful that the developers soon started working on other versions. Soon after, they ported the game for the Atari ST. In 1992 was available for Commodore 64 and DOS, and in 1993 the Super Nintendo version also saw the light of day. The game was programmed by Rafael Secco, the creator of extraordinary 8-bit titles for the Commodore 64 and the ZX Spectrum such as Stormlord and Cybernoid, and his work is noticed right away as the first images and sounds start to strike the player. So, What's the fuzz all about? Revenge. As I've mentioned in the beginning of the episode, our master has been killed by the so-called Demon King who flees to the future. Our task is to hunt him down and avenge the death of our mentor. This won't be easy. On our quest, we'll be visiting different worlds, from mystical places to futuristic ones. Besides kicking and punching, there are a bunch of weapons that you can use against the enemy, like axes and daggers, but your sword is your best friend in this game. It has some magical powers and is part of a clever energy system. It is displayed by the sword icon in the bottom right of the screen, and when you slay an enemy, it releases a glowing star, which is absorbed by the main character, raising his own magical energy. When this energy is in its maximum, the sword will immediately be available for you to use. It is kind of an extension to the player's own energy, so instead of only one energy bar, you have two. This small detail levels the difficulty pretty damn well. Through these awesomely complex and nicely structured levels, you will encounter various types of creatures that are ready to slow you down. Those creatures can jump, run, fly and roll and won't stop until you're dead. Besides those and some annoying traps, you will also face a large variety of monsters that are hard as hell to put down to sleep. The arm icon in the bottom left of the screen displays your energy. When you suffer from attacks or traps, the energy icon slowly disappears. Keep an eye on it and through each level pick up the items that can restore your energy, like potions and food baskets. Scattered throughout the levels are also regeneration pots that work as checkpoints. A very important feature, so that when you fall in battle, you won't return to the beginning of the level. To use it, you need to crouch over the pot, and the mystical energy accumulated during the level will then flow into that particular regeneration pot. Only one pot can be active at any one time, but you can reactivate the previously charged pot and so determine a new restart position. You even keep all the items you were carrying after you've been resurrected. How cool is that? When you have enough magical energy, you will be able to pick up other magical items. Those items can be used to overcome certain unpassable obstacles. Your master, just like Yoda in Star Wars, will appear from time to time to give you some hints on how to do it. This is a game that needs your constant attention. The enemies are constantly respawning, so you have to move your ass quickly and avoid stopping to smell the roses. Use and abuse the regeneration pots. This will be your best trick to advance in the game. To conclude, the Amiga and Super Nintendo versions of this awesome game are the ones you should try. The DOS version is also very good, but lacks that superb and cool parallax scrolling effect. The First Samurai is a fantastic side-scrolling action platformer with an amazing exotic atmosphere, graphics and sound. You really need to check it out. Believe me, you won't regret it. Have you enjoyed this episode of the PixelThing? Well, there's others on my channel to watch. Subscribing is an option that you should consider. It's free, you know? and you'll be notified as soon as my videos are uploaded. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
Hey guys, welcome back! Before Splinter Cell and even Metal Gear Solid stealth type of games, there was The Great Escape on the ZX Spectrum, slightly based on the 1963 blockbuster movie with the same name. The main goal is to escape from a German POW camp, but as simple as it may sound, that task needs serious thought and patience. Let's take a look.
One freaking cool scene that remains in my conscience is the one of Steve McQueen riding his motorcycle and jumping over a fence. That was something that every small boy would dream on doing, and later receive visits on an hospital bedroom. The Great Escape was developed by Denton Designs and published by Ocean Software in 1986 for DOS, Commodore 64, Amstrad CPC and the ZX Spectrum. This arcade adventure game, with a slight stealth flavor, takes place in 1942 and puts us in control of a POW somewhere in northern Germany. In this quite unique single-stage game, you need to follow a certain strict routine along with all the other prisoners. You could just watch your character go off to his daily business. Let go of the controls, sit back and enjoy. But this is a computer game and it asks for human interaction, so let's jump right in. Now about the daily routine. We must attend the morning roll call in front of the German officers, report to the canteen for breakfast, lunch, do some exercise on the yard, dinner, and at the end of the day, attend the evening roll call and return to the hut for another night under the sheets. It's here where you need to start to explore your surroundings if you really want to escape from that dreadful routine. Look carefully around you and you'll find a stove in the corner, which, when pushed aside, reveals a secret tunnel. But it's too dark to explore though. You're gonna need a source of light. And this is just the beginning of our quest. The flying flag from the pole to the left of the main play area serves a number of functions. The higher the flag flies, the higher the morale of the central character. Getting Red Cross parcels or picking up or using an item of escape equipment, the morale improves. Morale is lowered with searches and arrests and gradually diminishes as time elapses. When the flag reaches the bottom, you're forced to start a new game. While the flag is green, you have limited control and you can only be searched by the camp commander. When you break the routine, the flag turns red and you're able to pick up and drop objects. Once you've learned all the moves and routines of the camp, it's time to get your hands dirty. The Great Escape is all about finding objects, keys, torches, tools, etc. Remember to have safe hiding places to drop all the objects you need for the escape. If the guards find any object, they will confiscate and return them to their original location. Avoiding the guards is rather simple. Just keep out of their line of sight and they won't notice you. During the night, powerful searchlights scout the camp and prisoners outside the huts get arrested on sight. Maybe wearing a German uniform might help in this situation, don't you think? Points are awarded for escape attempts and for collecting and using objects. There are various routes to choose, each needing its own type of equipment and once you've got everything, you just wait for night to fall and away you go. Once outside, you'll need a compass and some papers or you won't get very far. The whole game generates a very real atmosphere of actually being there, and sometimes you do get very nervous if you're stuck somewhere when the roll call bell sounds. In 2003, a new game based on the Great Escape movie from 1963 was released for Windows, PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox. Sadly, it felt somewhat unfinished and received poor reviews from critics all around the world. This version of The Great Escape was considered one of the best games ever made for the ZX Spectrum. The DOS version was also extremely playable, but the simple sound effects from the PC speaker and the lack of color made it boring after a bit. The Great Escape is a brilliant game in both concept and design, and the non-linear gameplay and its isometric perspective was, in 1986, something totally new. Hope you enjoyed this retro review of another great gem of the ZX Spectrum. If you missed my other videos, please take a moment and click one of those two examples on the center of the screen. If you want more of these in the future, just subscribe. You'll be notified when a new video becomes available. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
Hey guys, welcome back! Before Splinter Cell and even Metal Gear Solid stealth type of games, there was like Metal Jesus Rocks. Peace, man. Hey guys, welcome back! Micro Machines is one of those pretty little games that are so extremely addictive that it hurts. You just want to keep on playing it just to beat your funny opponent one more time. Let's take a look at the very first title of the Micro Machines franchise.
In 1991, Codemasters thought that it would be a great idea to publish a game based on those cute little cars from the Micro Machines Toys franchise, and they hit the spot right in the middle. After the huge success on the NES, Sega Mega Drive and Amiga, the DOS version was inevitable. It came 3 years later in 1994 and was only available in Europe, featuring improved graphics and some awesome groovy music and sound effects. This particular version was developed by Big Red Software, the same guys that 2 years later made the crazy DOS exclusive title Big Red Racing that I've already reviewed. If you missed it, just click on the rectangle shown on your screen. From the kitchen table to the children's playground, from the pool table to the bathroom, etc., etc., Micro Machines will have you discover many different tracks, each one more difficult than the other, that you'll eventually master using normal or even peculiar tiny vehicles to do so. There's race cars, helicopters, tanks, dune buggies and even boats to use each one in their special, strange and at the same time familiar environment in which you must navigate your way around obstacles such as sandcastles, coffee mugs and pot plants, whilst navigating jumps set up using books and the like, whilst sticking to a makeshift track painted onto the floor in chalk. If in your childhood you used to play with toy cars around the house, you'll be awfully attracted to this game. Even today it happens to me. Different options are available. If you play against the computer, you'll have to choose 3 opponents that are very different from each other, with their personal strengths and weaknesses. Nice touch. You can also play against a friend on the same computer. You and your buddy have 4 lives each, and you will try to go as fast as you can so that your mate will be behind you and consequently ends up crossing the boundaries of the screen, losing, for that matter, one of his precious 4 lives. This makes the game more tense and exciting. Bear in mind, to win a race you need to know the course. There's no room for wimps in this game, as you attempt to barge your opponents into trackside obstacles or off the track altogether, and several of the courses were designed with this in mind. Controlling the different types of vehicle is extremely fun. Its handling is responsive and varies from one vehicle to the next, adding yet further longevity. It is also possible to play micro machines hooking up to computers using a modem through a telephone connection or even using a null modem cable. The in-game atmosphere is also extremely enjoyable, with nice music and a ton of sound effects on jumps, crossing the finish line, skidding, crashing, you name it. This game only needs 1 megabyte of hard disk space. If you don't have that 1 megabyte available, just play it directly from a 3.5-inch floppy disk by clicking on the executable file. It may be a small game in size, but huge on quality of gameplay and production. Micro Machines is an addictive top-down racing game that captivates your attention for hours, so be prepared. It is a wonderfully simple game with a brilliant concept that can, even today, be enjoyed by all age groups. If you enjoyed this episode of the PixelThing, you only have one option: subscribe. It will be extremely appreciated, and doing so, you'll be notified as soon as the next video becomes available. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
You just want to keep on playing it, just to beat your fucking... Hey guys, welcome back! I've just discovered the 1992 Mega Drive Genesis port of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the action game, and I was positively impressed by this upgrade from the 1989 home computer versions that I've played so much back then. Are you ready for some platforming action?
As a huge Indiana Jones fan, I was immediately addicted to the ZX Spectrum version of The Last Crusade, released after the premiere of the movie back in 1989. This new Indiana Jones adventure was available for practically every single 8 and 16-bit systems available, and on a few 16-bit computers. There was also a graphic adventure edition that I consider to be one of the best point-and-click adventure games ever made. One of my first videos was about the DOS and Amiga versions of the point-and-click graphic adventure of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, so if you're interested to see one of my early reviews, just click on the rectangle. I've just recently played the Mega Drive Genesis action game of The Last Crusade that was released 3 years later. It has some pretty nice tweaks and little details that differ from those home computer ports from '89. So, let's start it up and have a taste of Indy's whip. Produced in 1992 by US Gold, it's an obvious adaptation of the third Indiana Jones movie that I consider to be the best, and it was adapted from that older home computer video game that was released about the same time as the movie itself, and took advantage of that. The action game of The Last Crusade can be really frustrating and extremely difficult when we try it for the first time. But if you're an Indiana Jones fan like me, you just won't quit easily. And if you love the movie as much as I do, you'll also enjoy this game. Indy can punch or use his trustful whip to stun and get rid of all the enemies that prowl in all the 5 levels of the game. So we'll be searching for the Cross of Coronado in Utah. Also in Utah, try to escape a chase on top of this circus train, avoiding the thugs and all the animals. Explore the catacombs in Venice, ascend Castle Brunwald in Austria, and finally get the Holy Grail and rescue Indy's father from certain death. Graphically, the Mega Drive Genesis version of The Last Crusade is simply the best. Sprites of the enemies and even of Indy could be a lot better for a game that was released 3 years later than the original. But I can live with that, cause the action just compensates that. As for the backgrounds, I found them pretty good and follow the scenes of the movie quite well, and with a nice parallax scrolling that was absent from those early versions from 1989. That rain effect on the 4th level in the Castle of Brunwald is nicely done and again a better approach to the scenes of the movie. Now, as for sound and music, some bits were adapted directly from the soundtrack of the movie, but with a pretty bad result. And there are some other tunes that have little or nothing to do with an Indiana Jones adventure. And Sega's 16-bit console was surely capable of a lot better. As for the sound effects, those are nicely done and just do their job. So, this multi-directional platform game is quite enjoyable, but for Indiana Jones fans only. It doesn't bring any newer or fresher stuff to the genre. On the contrary, it brings new stuff to that 1989 original Last Crusade video game released for home computers. So for this, I consider the Mega Drive Genesis version the best of them all. I forgot to mention that in the end of some levels there's a tougher enemy to kill, and if you're willing to try it out and need some help to advance to the next level, there's this combination of button strokes that will provide just that. When the Lucasfilm logo appears, press ABC, BCA, CAB and you're good to go. The game is not too bad as most gamers say, but there are a hell lot better platform games for you to enjoy. And if you want to play an excellent game with Indy, try Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures for the Super Nintendo. Hope you've enjoyed this episode of the PixelThing with my all-time favorite movie action-adventure hero. And if you're eager for more Indiana Jones action, just click on one of those examples or just subscribe to my channel to get notified as soon as the next video becomes available. Thank you very much for watching and I'll see you all next week. Hey guys, welcome back! Myth was one of those awesome games that I enjoyed playing at night. The sound effects combined with its gameplay somewhat elevates the atmosphere and takes us on a journey to ancient times where gods and beasts rule the earth. Are you up to the challenge? Let's take a look. I grew up enjoying all Ray Harryhausen's extraordinary movies with cutting-edge stop-motion technology, and one of my favorite films of all time is Jason and the Argonauts. Ray left us a remarkable legacy of adventure and action-packed titles that will prevail for many years to come. So, where Myth fits into all this? Well, if you played the ZX Spectrum or Commodore 64 version back in 1989, or this one, the Amiga version released in 1992, you'll know what I'm trying to say. Myth is a stupendous video game title, extremely based on Ray Harryhausen's movies. As seen on my last episode, video games in the 80s were highly influenced by the movie industry. Developed and released by UK-based software house System 3 for the greatest machines of late 80s, its pinnacle is the Amiga version. This version was on development for over 2 years after the 8-bit versions were out, so it had to be good. An Atari ST port of the Amiga game was also on development, but it ended up on the recycle bin. So, if you want to grab a 16-bit version of Myth, the Amiga is the only one available, but in two flavors, disc or CD. Yes, there was a CD32 port that unfortunately didn't have any improvement over the original Amiga game. The game is split into 5 stages, and as opposed to what we saw in the ZX Spectrum and C64 versions, we play with a barbarian character. Each stage consists of 3 levels, which contain different styles of strategy and gameplay. Obviously, mythology is what this game is all about, and it covers Greek, Egyptian, Celtic and Norse. You'll be traveling to these mythological sites, which include the appropriate monsters and beasts to each particular mythology. The objective is to slay the most evil god that ever walked this earth, named Dameron, that killed a close friend of the main barbarian character. You must go through all this maze of platforms, killing everything that moves and solving puzzles as you go. In the very first level, we begin in Hades, the Greek hell, and its mythology is instantly apparent as the first skeletons and blood-sucking harpies appear on screen. Killing the harpies, you can pick up extra energy and very important weapons to face the enemy in a more confident way. To escape from hell, you must find a way to get the trident weapon, cause it's the only way to kill the Cerberus, the 3-headed dog, whilst in the second level you find yourself on the crypts of Medusa, where you need to collect the Medusa's shield so you can protect yourself from her evil rays. There's other mythological creatures to confront, such as the Hydra, Achilles and Nidok. Each one requires different skills to kill it. This is one of the things that makes this game so enjoyable, the non-linear approach that we're asked to make on every single level. Thinking of that, it is also kind of educational, forcing us to find ways of reaching victorious to the end of each level. We'll also be visiting amazing places like Valhalla's castle and the Great Pyramid of Egypt, where you'll be searching for King Tut's tomb and treasure chamber. The final battle against Dameron has a shoot-'em-up kind of feel to it. You're flying and trying to kill the giant head of heads in this fast-scrolling section. Just for curiosity, The NES version of this game, that probably was the only one available in the United States, was an enormous piece of royal crap. They even used Conan as the main character and changed the name to Conan the Mysteries of Time. Upon its release in 1991, all magazines were unanimous. This is an ugly, sad and uninspired version of an extraordinary game. The basic idea in all platform games is to kill everything in sight and reach for the end of each level. Well, Myth is this and much more. If platforming puzzle action is your thing, Myth is one of the best there is. Hope you enjoyed this episode of the PixelThing with a review of a title that made me pull off all my hair trying to solve those devious puzzles. And if you really liked it, subscribe to be the first to grab my weekly videos. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week. Hey guys! Welcome back. Hades, Realm of the Damned. First level. Whoa. Hey man. Hey guys, welcome back. This week I bring you a 1984 DOS game that was the first title played by this little girl that 24 years later became my wife and the mother of my 5-year-old kid that, as you can see, is already following the steps of his father. Let's take a look. Game designer, programmer and author Bill Williams already left us in 1998, one day before he completed 38 years old. He was known back in the 80s as one of the most creative and innovative game designers, developing some memorable Atari 8-bit and Amiga video games. But the one that I recall the most is Alley Cat, that I didn't play much back then. The game was an original concept by a former hacker, John Harris, most famous for his awesome Frogger port for home computers in 1982 and published by Sierra that gained the magnetic media rights. However, he wasn't convinced with how Alley Cat was becoming, so he handed the project over to Bill Williams that turned it into a finished product. We control Freddy, not that one, Freddy the cat, and our goal is to reach Felicia, his love. To achieve that apparent simple goal, we have to take Freddy through a series of tasks. Cat stuff, like catching tasty birds, eating all the fish within a giant fishbowl while avoiding those nasty electric eels, catch some mice that inhabit this huge slice of cheese, eat dogs' food without waking them, pushing vases from a cabinet, etc. Right at the beginning, we're presented with this tall fence that hides an apartment building. By jumping through the opened windows, Freddy enters a particular apartment room to face one of those previously mentioned tasks. Within some rooms there's annoying broomsticks that chases Freddy. To avoid being chased, we have to make footprints on the floor to keep the broom busy. The faster we complete each task, the more points are rewarded and the closer we get to our loved one. So, right after a minigame is completed, we get back to the alley and by re-entering an opened window, we'll get the chance to play the Love Cat game. The goal is to reach the lady cat on the top row of hearts while avoiding other cats and Cupid's arrows that are thrown at us. After the mating process, we gain an extra life and the gameplay repeats itself for 30 levels of increased difficulty. The original game was released in 1983 by Synapse Software for Atari 8-bit family of home computers. A year later, was also made available for IBM PCs. I slightly remember its theme song, but this was a game that never grabbed my complete attention. My wife, on the other hand, along with her sister, would sneak around their father's office to play Alley Cat on an IBM compatible computer. She was really hooked to this little game, cause she loved cats so much. In late 2006, an improved version was made available. It was redesigned by Fabio Moro from Asset Games, that even baptized it as Alley Cat 2 and is available for free on this website. Recently was also announced a ZX Spectrum port of Alley Cat. This is still on a very early alpha stage, but it looks quite nice. Looking forward for its final release. This video is dedicated to my wife that, exactly 5 years ago, gave birth prematurely to our son. Both of their lives were at risk. She developed a so-called HELP syndrome, and our little boy needed to be immediately removed. So, she gave birth almost 3 months before it was supposed to. He weighed just 720 grams and fought bravely during the following 90 days that he stayed in the ICU. His mother was also a fighter, and both of them are my heroes. Love you guys. Hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Pixel Thing. This time of the year is a really sensitive and touchy thing to me. It feels so good to see that despite all the harsh initial times, everything is nowadays really well, and I am truly and forever grateful to have such a beautiful family. Thanks also to all of you guys for your continuous support by simply watching these memories that I really enjoy to share with you all. Thank you so much, and I'll see you all next week.
Hey guys, welcome back! I was 10 years old when I first experienced video games, and the title that introduced me to this amazing world was Deathchase on a 48K ZX Spectrum. As you can deduce, it had a huge impact on my way of life. So, let's take a look at this awesome game.
Many players still insist on calling it 3D Deathchase. It's just Deathchase, people. The 3D logo stamped on the cover was just to make it more appealing to buyers. Back in 1983, three-dimensional environments were something that was out of this world, and Deathchase was a true pioneer to bring 3D action into the ZX Spectrum. It was developed by Mervyn Estcourt and published by Micromega in the UK and Ventamatic in Spain, and was an exclusive title for the Sinclair ZX81 and the ZX Spectrum 48K. As you might know, video games in the 80s were greatly inspired by the movie industry. I'm not talking about direct film conversions to home consoles and computers. Back in those days, even original games were based in what we saw in the big screen. In this particular case, Deathchase was certainly influenced by the futuristic bike chases from Return of the Jedi and Tron, two blockbuster movies that were really hot in 1983. In Deathchase, you're a mercenary patrolling night and day the vast landscape with your motorcycle, avoiding collisions with trees and eliminating other hostile bikers that survived the Great War. For bonus points, you must take down helicopters and tanks that appear on the horizon, and gladly, they're not armed. You're the only survivor that had access to infinite ammunition. Yeah, baby, just like a friend of mine would say,
"Come get some."
To advance to the next level, you only need to take down the other two riders, one blue and the other yellow. When you fire your guns, you can control the bullets just by steering the bike. It's kind of handy most of the time. When you take both riders down, you advance to a night version of the same level, and when you capture the other two, as I call them, riders of the night, you get a new daytime level with more trees to avoid, and so forth. The game is amazingly fast, and it only needs 16K of RAM to run. As incredible as it may sound, Deathchase is more addictive than most similar games made for today's hardware. You're only required to apply full throttle, turn left and right, and use the auto fire button option on the joystick to play this game. There's no complicated and stressful combination of keys to master. You only need to concentrate, and in an instant you're transported to this huge forest, being almost hypnotized by this amazing landscape. We can practically smell the burned fuel and the morning dew. The only thing that is somewhat annoying is the sound of your motorbike. After a while it becomes a bit unbearable, but there's always a solution for that. Turn the volume a notch down, grab your smartphone and tune in to one retro gaming internet radio, and you're good to go, blasting your way through the thick forests. Deathchase was well received by the press and got a 92% rating from Crash magazine. 9 years later, in 1992, was even considered by Your Sinclair magazine as the best Spectrum game ever. As you can see, I was introduced to this wonderful world of video gaming by a title that, in the last days of the ZX Spectrum, was considered to be the #1 game for that particular gaming platform. It was such an honor, believe me. I don't understand why the creator of this awesome game, Mr. Mervyn Estcourt, refuses to grant interviews to the retro gaming community. It kind of reminds me of the infamous and most famous Portuguese ZX Spectrum exclusive title called Paradise Café, that even to this day no one knows who made it. Perhaps because of its sexual and controversial contents, we'll never discover who was behind this gem. Probably someone that is nowadays well known from the public and doesn't want to be linked to Reynaldo. 31 years have passed and Deathchase is still capable of giving a sense of accomplishment for every concluded level. You'll be wanting to play it one more time, again and again and again. Thanks to its extremely accurate controls and collision system, it is a truly addictive game even for today's standards. Hope you enjoyed this episode of the PixelThing with this review of one of the most important titles of my gaming life. As they say, you always remember your first time. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, There are countless memories from those glory days that will soon make their way to the show. And thanks for all the comments on YouTube and forums, and for all your recommendations of games to review. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
Hey guys, welcome back! 1999 was a great year for gamers, and here in Europe, 8 and 16-bit home computers ruled. The Amiga 500 and the ZX Spectrum were kings, and for those systems, movie and arcade conversions were pouring down like raindrops. Original titles were a bit unusual in late 80s, and just a few managed to impress. Rock and Roll was one of those original titles, and even today I consider it to be the best action puzzle game ever made. So, have you got the balls? Let's take a look.
Developed and released in 1989 by Rainbow Arts, Rock and Roll was available for a bunch of systems, like the ZX Spectrum, the Amstrad CPC, Commodore 64, PC and Atari ST. You're looking at the Amiga version, which, besides the fabulous gameplay, features music composed by the great Chris Hulsbeck. In this action arcade puzzle game, there are 32 huge levels, plus one secret bonus level, divided across 7 continents, where we control a ball with the mouse, and the objective is to reach the exit in each one of them. But this apparently simple task can be sometimes really hard and stressful. Thankfully, the superb soundtrack keeps us tapping our foot on the floor, making every level an awesome and extremely joyful adventure. There's numerous objects scattered throughout each level that help or hinder our path to the exit. These take the form of ventilators, which blow the ball away, magnets which attract the ball, arrows which roll the ball in a specific direction, etc. Many objects can also drain your energy. If you lose too much energy, your ball will collapse. You must avoid some occasional gaps on the surface that shows a nice parallax scrolling effect with the background. If you roll into one of these gaps, you will be dead, unless you happen to possess a little parachute. Prepare yourself to open it up before you hit the bottom, and your ball will live to roll once again. Besides the useful parachutes, there are other essential items for you to pick up that will help you finish the level, like keys to open doors, armor for your ball, spikes to help you on ice, repair kits to fix gaps on the floor, and bombs to blow up obtrusive barriers and uncover previously hidden sections of the walkway. But before you can collect any of the useful items, you must have some money to pay for them. Coins are left lying around on each level, and if you search carefully, you'll also find valuable colored diamonds. The ball rolls around very realistically, and the programmers have got the inertia effect just right. Rock and Roll is one of the most brilliantly addictive games I've ever come across. Backed up by impressive graphics and a great soundtrack, Rock and Roll is a must for everyone who enjoys arcade puzzle games. This is it for this episode of the PixelThing. Hope you enjoyed it, and subscribing is a thing that will be extremely appreciated.
Hey guys, welcome! Back in late 80s, early 90s, piracy on 8 and 16-bit systems was a great deal. In every corner there was a vendor selling these self-made forged copies
of the greatest titles of the season. One of those was Rick Dangerous, an action-adventure platformer that puts us in control of a part-time hero in his quest for something that no one really knows what it is. One thing is certain, it's freaking fun. Let's take a look. As the developers themselves admit, this title was heavily based on the Indiana Jones adventures. As the game starts, you're immediately chased by a giant boulder, just like in the first Indiana Jones movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Developed by Core Design and published in 1989 by Firebird Software, it was available for the greatest machines of the time: Commodore 64, Amiga, Atari ST, PC, Amstrad CPC, and the ZX Spectrum. This was the first original game created by Core Design, who later became famous for the success of their Tomb Raider franchise. Thinking of that, is Rick Dangerous the biological father of Lara Croft? Part-time hero and stamp collector, Rick Dangerous is hunger for adventure. Set in 1945, he hears a rumor about a lost tribe somewhere on the Amazon jungle. He plans his trip and, moments before landing, something went wrong with the airplane. A normal thing to happen when you travel Air Penguin.
Thanks again for choosing Air Penguin.
Rick's plane crash lands in the jungle, right in the spot where the tribe was supposed to be lost. The Gulu people felt somewhat disturbed by the wreckage and starts hunting the adventurer down. Between all the mayhem, Rick Dangerous manages to get some ammo for his gun and also some dynamite to give the natives a taste of hell.
Come get some.
There are 4 levels of constant action and peril, where Rick must avoid at all costs the hostile natives and countless traps. A good feature, kind of unique at the time, is the presence of reset points scattered throughout each level. So if you lose a life, you won't have to start the level all over again. Sadly, on the other hand, there's no save option or a password that you could use later to pick up where you left off. Level 2 is set in Egypt. Don't know how he managed to travel from the Amazon jungle to this pyramid. Maybe there was a portal of some kind. Just like in the ancient astronauts theory by Eric von Daniken and one of its greatest supporter, Giorgio Tsoukalos. After getting through the pyramid's traps and foes, Rick sets off to rescue some Allied soldiers that are being kept in Castle Schwarzendampf, a dangerous Nazi stronghold. Rick is able to jump and climb and can also carry a limited amount of ammo. Always remember that most of the traps that can kill you can also be used against the enemy. It's very useful when you're out of ammo. After rescuing all soldiers, they tell us that the Nazis are planning a missile attack on London, so Rick has to infiltrate their secret missile base. If he successfully completes this last mission, Rick returns to London, finding that the city is under attack by aliens. And this is the premise for its second installment, Rick Dangerous 2, released a year later in 1990, that I personally didn't enjoy much. Back to Rick Dangerous 1, and now examining the whole package, there's a huge discrepancy between the cover art and the game's cartoonish approach. Even the artwork on the instructions booklet is totally different from the box art. There was also an 8-page comic book that introduces Rick and works as an intro to the game. As we can see, the original idea was to make a more serious game with Rick dangerously close to the Indiana Jones character. To conclude, Rick Dangerous is a brilliant game that combines humorous graphics and devious gameplay. there are plenty of horrible shocks and surprises. When you think the coast is clear, a poisoned dart whizzes out of a hole in the wall, or spikes pop up from the ground. There are also moving blocks, traps to puzzle out, and pallets of angry enemies to dodge. Graphical differences apart, Rick Dangerous plays identical on all formats and machines. Try it, you won't regret it. Hey guys! Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine from 1999 was the first 3D installment in the series and puts Indy against the Soviets right before the events of the movie Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. So, was it any good? Let's find out. Inside this box with, by the way, a simple but superb illustration of Indy's magnificence, we've got a jewel case containing the 2 CDs for its massive 800 megabytes of data for the full install of the game, and as well its full color manual with the beautiful art of Drew Struzan, the guy responsible for the Indiana Jones, Star Wars, Back to the Future, Harry Potter movie posters, and also some of Alice Cooper's cover albums. In my honest opinion, Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine is a huge overlooked gem. Back in 1999, in a time where point-and-click adventure games have already died out its flame, LucasArts released the first 3D action adventure game based in Indy's adventures. I remember that I was extremely anxious and really looking forward to grab this game at my first opportunity, and so I did. Okay, you all know that I'm a huge Indiana Jones fan and that this game is kind of a poor Tomb Raider clone. But you have to agree that this is one hell of a good venture into the 3D action adventure game genre. Many people talks about how awkward the controls were, but I remember that this was also a problem in many 3D games of the time, Tomb Raider included.
Time to go to work.
The real facts are that Infernal Machine has an awesome and interesting story, capable of truly fantastic and memorable scenes, and successfully captures the essence of Indiana Jones movies. Remember Sophia Hapgood? Well, probably not like this. You'll most likely recognize her in this photo. Well, she's back, and she's with the CIA now. Project leader Al Barwood, also responsible for Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis point-and-click adventure game, originally planned this new indie title to have a plot based in UFOs and extraterrestrials. But this idea was vetoed by George Lucas because at that time he was already thinking of a similar story for the 4th Indiana Jones movie, later subtitled, as everyone knows, The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and only released 9 years later in 2008. Infernal Machine's story is set in 1947, after the end of World War II, where Indy was involved. While in his dig site in the Canyon lands, Indy is approached by Sophia, who tells him that the Soviets are excavating the ruins of Babylon. They are searching for a weapon more powerful than the atomic bomb that would give them an advantage in the Cold War that had already begun. Then, Indy is hired by Sophia to investigate firsthand, taking us on a fabulous journey around the world through 16 levels, from Kazakhstan to the Philippines, Mexico, Sudan, and many others. Basically, in each level we're required to kill enemies, jump or climb from platform to platform, and search for the exit to advance to the next level. It's that simple. But its execution is amazing, and each area feels unique and true to the Indiana Jones movies. Graphics for today's standards can look really poor, but back in the day they were beautifully designed. The exterior may seem a bit artificial, but indoors the level of detail is amazing. Also, in my opinion, Indy actually resembles Harrison Ford, and its voice acting is superb and faithful to the man in the hat, who has got really smooth movement animations as well. Level design is also magnificent and really can take us on this great quest. There are plenty of different situations and you won't be easily bored. Needless to say that the musical score by Clint Bajakian is great and based on the original Raiders March from Raiders of the Lost Ark soundtrack by John Williams. As for the sound effects, it helps to add a lot more atmosphere to this great game. The crisp and clean voice-overs of the Soviet characters and weapon effects were really impressive at the time. A Nintendo 64 improved version was available in North America and never released in Europe due to continuous delays. For the record, it was on development for too long, about 19 months, and was only released a year after the PC version had hit the shelves. It also featured some new sequenced musical pieces by my all-time favorite composer, Chris Hulsbeck. The game's variety of puzzles received good reviews by the press, and the inclusion of a hint system and the film quality-like cutscenes were even applauded. The controls, on the other hand, were a bit infuriating and stressful for many players. But what's the rush? With such a good story and beautiful landscapes to explore, this game is to be taken slow, trying to enjoy every bit of it. 'Cause there's even Easter eggs to find.
Where am I? Unmapped territory for sure.
After playing this game, I felt the urgent need to watch all indie movies all over again.
Whoops. I need something to hold this pressure pad down.
Hope you enjoyed the review of one of my big addictions of 1999. Hey guys! Alien 3 was based on the movie with the same name, and it was out for a bunch of systems. The best one was, with no doubt, the Super Nintendo version, and still is great fun to play. Let's take a look. Alien 3, directed by David Fincher, was a good-looking movie with a crappy story that didn't do so well on the box office. As for the game based on the movie, it still is one of my best alien-based video game of all time. Developed by Probe Entertainment and released between the end of 1992 and the beginning of 1993 for a crapload of 8 and 16-bit systems, the one that really was worth playing was the Super Nintendo version. The game wasn't at all faithful to the movie. There were only 3 things that makes us remind Alien 3: the title, the intro scene, and Ripley's haircut. Everything else is different, like the fact of all the levels are filled with aliens. In the movie there was only one, and as the game starts, we're granted access to a flamethrower, pulse rifle and a grenade launcher. Once again, in the movie there were no firearms of any kind whatsoever. So I think that we can't directly compare the action present on the game to the one we see in the movie. Besides these observations, the game plays freaking well and it's an extremely good platformer. With its dark environment, creepy soundtrack and a well-known motion tracker that was also absent from the movie, the 6 action-packed levels of the Super Nintendo version features a well-structured mission-based system with a series of goals to complete in each one. Computer terminals can be found within the hallways, which link up to a static list of tasks that must be completed to advance to the next section. These missions can be taken in any order and include rescuing prisoners, destroying eggs, repairing damaged pipes, welding doors shut, and picking up power packs from one room and taking them to a generator in another. These were the main differences to all other previously released versions of the game, where you only have to destroy all aliens, free all abducted Fiorina 161 convicts, and head to the exit before time runs out. Other big advantage of the Super Nintendo port was that there was no time limit. Alien 3 on the Super Nintendo is a time killer of a game. You start playing it and in an instant 4 hours have passed without even notice. The extremely well-drawn graphics and its awesome parallax scrolling, which produce a beautiful illusion of depth, keeps us focused and even absorbed by its awesome gameplay. Try to play Alien 3 in complete darkness. You'll be amazed.
This is pixelthing, last survivor of the Nostromo, signing off.
Game over, man!
Hope you enjoyed this video. I'll be back next week with more retro stuff.
Hey guys, welcome back. Movie conversions were very popular in late 80s and Ocean Software got almost all the licenses. One of the best was Batman the movie, and in the Spectrum I can still remember the combination of keys that we needed to press at the same time to go automatically to the next level. Let's take a look.
Batman the movie from 1989 is an action game based on Tim Burton's amazing film of the same name and was released for a bunch of systems: the ZX Spectrum, the Amiga, Commodore 64, Amstrad CPC, MS-DOS, Apple II and Atari ST. There's 5 action-packed stages based on the movie, and when I first tried to load the 128K version of the game on my Spectrum, about 14 minutes later I was blown away by the fantastic music by Matthew Conan and all the 5 levels loaded at the same time. That was just freaking amazing. In the first level, we control Batman through the maze of platforms. We're looking for Jack Napier and the action takes place at his Axis chemical plant. You know what happens next. Jack falls into a container filled with acid. The Joker is born. In the Spectrum version, the second level is a horizontal scroller where you take the wheel of the Batmobile through the streets of Gotham, dodging traffic and avoiding the police, using, for that matter, the grapple gun to go super fast around corners. On the other versions of the game, the action is seen from behind the car, making it look more natural but harder. The third level is a puzzle section where Batman needs to identify all the components of the deadly chemical called Smilex that the Joker launched into the market. Succeeding this stage, we'll be facing the parade sequence in which we'll be flying the Batwing and use it to cut away the balloons filled with poisonous gas without hitting them. If you get bored and wish to see right away the last level of this great game, just hold down one of the following combination of keys: ED209 in reference to RoboCop, or MICK, probably referred to Mike Lamb, the programmer of the Spectrum version, and you're ready to go. The fifth and last level is similar to the first one and takes place at Gotham Cathedral to finally get Joker on its knees. Although there's new hazards to consider like rats and platforms that crumble as you walk on them. The map seems bigger than the one on the Axis chemical plant and you need extra skills to get to the top of this huge cathedral. At the very top, Joker makes his last move and tries to flee using an helicopter. You need to throw one more batarang and you get a great end sequence watching Joker falling down outside of the building. I enjoyed this game a lot and even continue to play, finishing it over and over just to beat the maximum scoreboard points. Was I crazy or what? Spectrum version of Batman the movie was #1 on the charts and was awarded Game of the Year in Crash magazine. Commodore 64 got the worst version that was filled with annoying bugs. If you're into some platforming action featuring a legendary comic book hero, you need to try this game.
Hey guys! 1992 was my favorite year in terms of gaming. We had so many great titles. Fuzzball is an awesome platform Amiga game with extremely good graphics, sound and playability, and was created by a company that's been around since 1982. It is the last surviving British independent publisher. That's really awesome. Let's take a look at their excellent work.
Developed by Scan Games Norway and published by System 3 Software, Europe's #1 name in original games, Fuzzball is platforming cuteness that you could even play with your girlfriend.
In one particularly stormy night, the Great Wizard had stepped outside for a drink with his buddies, leaving his apprentice all by himself in the mighty castle. He had this great chance to snoop around through one of the wizard's chambers. The chamber had a strange aura about it, and the apprentice could feel the electrical energy generated within the air by the heavy storm blowing outside. The mischievous apprentice had come to a chamber to have another look at the big old chest, the contents of which had been a closely guarded secret by the wizard for years. The apprentice wanted to know why the wizard would not show or even tell him what was inside. Through the book of spells, he found one to open. He thought,
"This is it!"
After reading the spell, a magic glow appeared in his hand, but he forgot to read the entire spell. The storms outside were higher, and the boy's eyes lit up with excitement as the magic began to appear in his hand. He aimed the glowing energy at the lock on the chest and then launched his creation at the target. In an instant, the lid of the chest flew back and hundreds of strange fluffy balls began to leap from the chest. Fuzzball after fuzzball leapt to their freedom and began to fill the chamber.
"What have I done?"
screamed the young apprentice. The stream of fuzzballs seemed endless, and as they hit the floor, they began to grow and grow. Trying to reverse the spell, he brought another spell. The magic energy engulfed the young apprentice in a huge blue flash of light. He turned himself into a large blue fuzzball. The great wizard returned to find his castle full of fluffy balls and told his apprentice that he could only return to his human form once he had collected and returned all the fuzzballs and all the jewels they took with them back to the strange old treasure chest from whence they came.
This is the premise of Fuzzball, and to complete each level, you'll have to collect all the items, food and treasures, while at the same time avoiding or killing various enemies. You will mostly face other Fuzzballs, but also other creatures. Each level is only a single screen filled with platforms and can take a while to complete. Throughout the castle, there are several areas that are decorated in different styles. As well as the standard medieval decor, you will also visit the gardens, an oriental type of place, and a rather cold dungeon that has ice over the floors. Each of the areas is filled with loads of rooms to make a grand total of 50 levels. Touching an enemy once means instant death, so to survive in Fuzzball you'll have to plan every move carefully, otherwise you'll die very quickly. As you rush around the platforms collecting the gems, a clock counts down. When the time runs out, a gate opens and the level becomes infested with flying insects that will hunt your ass down. Fuzzball was also planned to be released for the Commodore 64, and the 2-level preview was even available to the readers of Commodore Format magazine, but because of inside conflicts, the game was abandoned in its final stages. Back in late 80s, early 90s, System 3 software was also responsible for other extraordinary great titles, such as Myth, History in the Making, The Last Ninja Trilogy, Tusker, and Flimbo's Quest.